general public that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975 entitled Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meeting Act. New Jersey Senior Control Commission on August 12, 2021 filed with Secretary of State at the State House in Trenton a notice of this hearing on August 12, 2021. Copies were mailed to subscribers. Any member of the public who wished to address the commission will be given the opportunity to do so before the commission adjourns for the day. Please acknowledge the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of
America,
and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
liberty
and
and
justice.
justice for all.
Good morning, and thank you for your patience with our little bit of technical difficulties. Welcome, everyone who is joining us remotely today. As a measure to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and to protect the health and safety of meeting participants, as well as members of the public interested in this meeting, the Commission is continuing to use remote collaboration technology for meeting participants. The public is able to listen through access provided on the Commission's website, as well as through our YouTube channel. We will accept public comments via email. Public comments can be sent to public.comments@ccc.state.nj.us. I'll repeat that address. public.comments@ccc.state.nj.us, beginning now and any time throughout the meeting, ending at the time of the adjournment of the meeting. This meeting is being transcribed as well as recorded, and minutes will be available on our website in due course. To meeting participant callers, I ask that you follow the instructions provided with the web link or the audio call-in code and place your phones on mute until your matter is called. Also, please remember to identify yourself before speaking, and also if you could put your computers on mute when you're not speaking as well. Ms. Fauntleroy?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Please answer when I call. Your name for the roll, please. Commissioner Molyneux,
Present.
Vice Chair Cooper,
Present.
and Chairman Pelosi.
Present.
Thank you. Matters discussed in closed session this morning included the approval of the hiring of Nicholas Bakken to the Research Analyst position, Division of Regulatory Affairs, Program Analyst and Operations Specialist 2-ban, and the hiring of Olga Kayan to the position of Accounting and Finance Analyst 2-ban in the Division of Regulatory Affairs. We also reviewed and prepared for today's plenary hearing. The matter, are we ready? Okay. The first matter for our consideration is the petition of Premier Entertainment AC LLC, Bally's Corporation, and Twin River Management Group for the issuance of a casino license and for various rulings in connection therewith.
Counsel, will you enter your appearances for the record, please?
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Jordan Hollander on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement.
Good morning, it's Lloyd Levinson on behalf of Premier. Also with me on screen is Lynn Kaufman, who you know very well, and who will be questioning a couple of the witnesses, and Lucas Levinson, an associate of ours.
Thank you. At our November 4th, 2020 special public meeting, we considered and granted the request of Premier Entertainment, AC, LLC, Twin River Worldwide Holdings, Incorporated, now known as Bally's Corporation, and Twin River Management Group for interim casino authorization and related rulings, so they could own and operate Bally's Atlantic City Hotel and Casino for a 9-month period in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Casino Control Act and subject to the conditions detailed in our resolution. We are here today to determine whether the casino license applicant, Premier, and related entities designated individual qualifiers, and key qualifiers have established by clear and convincing evidence that they meet the standards set forth in the Act for casino licensure and plenary qualification. To assist us in that determination, we will take testimony from witnesses and consider the presentations of counsel. Before we begin, I understand there are several exhibits that have been pre-marked. Mr. Nance?
Chairman, Commissioners, the pre-marked exhibits are as follows. Casino Control Commission has one exhibit pre-marked as C1 for identification only. C1 is a draft resolution. The Division of Game Enforcement submitted 2 exhibits pre-marked as the D1 and D2. D1, report of the Division of Game Enforcement dated July 27, 2021, on the petition of Premier Entertainment AC LLC for the issuance of a casino license and on the qualifications of Bally's Corporation and Twin Rivers Management Group in connection therewith. PRN 1472001, 72 pages. D2, report of the Division of Game Enforcement dated July 27, 2021, on the qualifications of Standard RI Ltd. as security holder and entity qualifier and Standard General LP as an entity qualifier of Bally's Corporation in connection with the application of Premier Entertainment AC LLC for the issuance of a casino license, 11 pages. These are the exhibits that have been submitted.
Does counsel want to be heard on the sealing request and the admission of the exhibits into the record? Mr. Levinson?
I think we have entered into an agreement that was presented to Diana. Is that true, Jordan?
No, I don't, I think I'm not positive if Diana has it yet, the division. We agreed with the division on all the proposed redactions that are either on their way to Diana now, or she has them. So if we could perhaps visit this after a witness to make sure that, or after testimony to make sure, obviously, that the general counsel has had a chance to review.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have not seen that submission yet, so I will recommend, as Ms. Kaufman indicated, that we return to the exhibits in terms of granting and considering the sealing request and their adoption to the record after we break, or later on this afternoon.
Excellent.
Diana, this is Jordan Hollander, if I may add something. I just want to say the video for the commission is off, so we're not seeing anything from the commission room. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
And as council stated, we've had significant discussions regarding the redactions. We've come to an agreement as to those, and we can address those later when it is appropriate, and when it's appropriate to move those into evidence as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Jordan. We are now set for opening statements, which the parties may waive and elect instead to proceed directly to testimony. Counsel, what is your preference?
I have an opening statement, but I defer to Lloyd.
No, I have some introductions and the like, and, a brief opening statement. Do you want me to go first?
Yes.
Or do you want Jordan to go first?
You can go, Mr. Levinson.
Okay, fine. Well, first of all, although I can't see her because it's so tiny, the Casino Control Commission room, on behalf of Cooper Levinson and on behalf of Bally's, we welcome Commissioner Molyneux to the Casino Control Commission. We believe she'll be a very strong addition to the commission, and again, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
I can't see you, but I know you're there.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, okay. And so let me announce first that we'll have 4 witnesses, George Papineer, Steve Kapp, Mike Monti, and Nick Polcino. They will introduce themselves during the time of their being called as witnesses. But I wanted to introduce some others on the screen. There's Maria Johnson. Maria, could you take yourself off mute for a minute and just tell the Casino Control Commissioners what your role is with the organization?
Sure. My name is Maria Johnson, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Human Resources. And I help Monique at the property to handle any HR recruiting issues, as well as being compliant with all the regulations set forth by the Gaming Commission.
And next, Wanda Wilson, would you mind telling us what your relationship is with the company?
Absolutely. I'm Wanda Young Wilson. I am a member of the Board of Directors of Bally's. I serve as the chair of the Audit Committee and the Compliance Committee.
Thank you. Next, Craig Eaton.
Thanks, Lloyd. Craig Eaton. I am the general counsel for Bally's, responsible for all things legal, working with Wanda and the board.
And Phil Giuliano, somewhere over there. Yeah. Phil?
I'm Executive Vice President of Casino Operations and Chief Marketing Officer for Bally's Corporation.
Great, thanks. And last, not part of Bally's organization, but someone who is serving as trustee, Chief Justice Jim Zizali is on the line. You want to say hello? We don't have time for your entire background, Chief.
No, well, make it easy. I'm a has-been. But seriously, I'm thrilled and pleased and privileged to be involved. I've always enjoyed my relationships with the commission and with the DGE ever since I was Attorney General way back. And then since leaving the court some years ago, I've been also fortunate enough to serve in a few Casino Control Commission activities, including the appointment as the trustee for Borgata. I think you're all familiar or conversant with that. That lasted for 4 years, and I think we accomplished some decent results there. But thank you for letting me be on board.
Okay, thank you. As we all heard, there was a interim casino authorization hearing on November 4th of last year. It became effective on November 18th for a period of 9 months. This is the 9-month time period. We are here today for the commission to make a determination as to whether Bally's meets the required standards under the Casino Control Act to be issued a casino license. As I stated a few minutes ago, we are going to call 4 witnesses. The first witness will be George Pampanier, the CEO of Bally's Corporation. As you'll recall, he testified at the ICA hearing and described his background in the casino industry, including his employment with various Atlantic City casinos. He also testified about a number of acquisitions that had been made up to that time. Today, he will testify to the additional activities and acquisitions the company has made since his initial testimony. The next witness, who would be questioned by Lynn, also testified at the ICA hearing, will be Steve Kapp, the CFO of Bally's Corporation. He, not surprisingly because of his title, will be testifying regarding the financial affairs of the company. The next witness who I will question is Mike Monty. You'll recall at the ICA hearing that you heard from Mark Crisafulli regarding Bally's plan for capital expenditures. Unfortunately, Mark has been out on medical leave since April and is not able to testify here today. We all wish him well and a speedy recovery. In his place is Mike Monty, the Assistant General Manager of Bally's AC, who has taken over those responsibilities with regard to the area of capital expenditures. Excuse me. He will not only be testifying in that area, but will cover the request of the Division of Game Enforcement at the end of their report that there should be testimony with regard to the way in which Bally's AC expects to become competitive and profitable in the Atlantic City market. The final witness, who will be questioned by Lynn, will be Nick Polcino, the general manager of Bally's Atlantic City. He also testified at the ICA hearing, and he will generally discuss operations at the property and discuss the employment plan for Bally's AC moving forward. We believe that you will be very much impressed with what Bally's has accomplished in the relatively brief 9-month period, and we'll conclude, based on all the testimony you hear today, that Bally's meets all of the required standards under the Casino Control Act by clear and convincing evidence to be issued a casino license. That's all I have as an opening.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. Mr. Hollander?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Jordan Hollander, Deputy Attorney General, on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. Premier Entertainment AC LLC must meet the criteria set forth in Section 84 of the Casino Control Act to be granted a casino license. Similarly, Twin River Management Group, Inc. and Bally's Corporation must meet the same criteria to be found qualified as casino holding companies. First, a casino license applicant must establish its financial stability, integrity, and responsibility. Second, such an applicant must establish its good character, honesty, and integrity. Finally, the applicant must show that it has sufficient business ability and casino experience to establish the likelihood of maintaining a successful and efficient casino operation. These criteria must be proven by clear and convincing evidence and may be demonstrated by providing such information, documentation, and assurances as may be required, including with regard to their financial background and resources, the qualifications of any financial backers and investors, its business organization, including the nature and background of all of its business activities and those of its holding, intermediary, and subsidiary companies, as well as background details relevant to its officers, directors, and other employees. The Commission granted ICA to Premier and Bally's on November 4th, 2020, which became effective on November 18th, 2020, upon the consummation of certain asset purchase agreements as set forth in the ICA resolution. The Division has investigated plenarily Premier, as well as the entities which require qualification as holding companies, entity qualifiers, security holders, and individual natural person qualifiers and key qualifiers. The results of that investigation are set forth in 2 reports, both dated July 27, 2021, which will be entered into evidence and have been pre-marked as D1, Exhibit D1 and Exhibit D2, as well as in 19 individual reports. In connection with its investigation of Premier, the Division has also completed a thorough financial review and analysis of Bally's Corporation, including a review of its historical operating results, debt structure, major transactions completed or announced since ICA, and financial forecasts through December 31, 2023. During the course of the proceeding today, certain areas will be addressed, including the financial stability and operating results of Bally's AC and its affiliated companies, capital expenditure requirements for the Atlantic City property, the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the expansion and growth of Bally's Corporation, and the attendant risks and debt associated with that rapid growth. Today, the Commission will hear testimony and arguments of counsel, which, together with the Division's reports, will allow it to evaluate whether Premier meets the requirements of the Act for plenary casino licensure. The Division is prepared to proceed with today's hearing. I would just like to note for the record that since the Division's reports were filed on July 27, 2021, there have been some changes regarding the financing of the Gamesys transaction, which will be addressed. Those differences will be addressed through testimony at today's hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you there, Mr. Hollander. Mr. Levinson, please call your first witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. George Papanier. You want to
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. Pleasure to be before you today.
1 minute, please, there, Mr. Papanier. Mr. Nance, will you swear in the witness, please?
Yes, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
George Papanier.
Thank you.
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. So, George, you testified at the ICA hearing back on November 4th of 2020, and I know that you went through your personal background and your employment history, but I think it's essential that we at least summarize that for the record here today. So let's start with your personal background.
Sure. So I was born and raised in Philadelphia. I graduated Bishop Eustace High School in Pensacola, New Jersey, and graduated Rowan University, where I received my BA in Business and Accounting in 1979. I am a CPA, but I no longer am active. So Lloyd, I guess you could say that I'm a South Jersey through and through boy.
Okay, and to make it even stronger, South Jersey, let's hear about your employment history, because I know that that involves some stints in Atlantic City. So go ahead.
Sure. So a little of my background, which started with my first job in gaming at the Sands. I was in a financial capacity. I then moved to Playboy Elsinore briefly before being recruited by the Golden Nugget, and then by Trump Plaza, where I ended what I'll call my first stint of AC as Vice President of Finance before going to Colorado as a VP of Operations for Hemeter Enterprises. I was in the mid-90s. I was then recruited to be the CFO of Mohegan Sun Casino in Connecticut, where I was literally the very first employee of the Mohegan tribe at the time. And I helped them secure first ever Wall Street financing for an Indian casino at that time. I then was briefly CFO North America for Sun International, who owned Atlantis in the Bahamas and Resorts AC, before becoming the president of Resorts Casino Hotel Atlantic City, where I ended my second tour of AC in the year 2000. I then left to accept a COO position for Peninsula Gaming. I helped build a gaming company up to 4 casinos at the time when I left, before being persuaded to rejoining Sun International to accept the COO position of Lincoln Park, which turned into the CEO position of Twin River in 2010, and now Bally's, and I've been leading this company ever since.
That's great. Just generally, what attracted you to Bally's AC as a company that, a casino hotel that you and your company would be interested in?
Sure, Lloyd. So, we were excited about the market and the fact that even after the impact of competition from surrounding states, the market was still about a $3 billion market. That included iGaming. And we felt that's a considerable market. And we've always felt we could compete for fair share in, and also that acquisition allowed us to enter into what we felt was a very mature and growing sports betting and iGaming market. As far as the physical attributes, we love the fact that it was located on the center of the boardwalk. We came up with what I think is a pretty encouraging campaign or plan to enhance the property, and I know that's we'll be talking about that a little bit more later today. And we felt that this plan will really allow us to effectively compete. So we're currently focused on incremental improvements to the property, and we're holding back just a little bit from a marketing perspective because we really want those improvements to catch up as we're continuing to put capital dollars into the building. And at that point in time, we feel we'll be able to aggressively compete and market the facility. And we feel that will be sometime around the beginning of summer 2022.
Now that it's been 9 months, has your opinion changed at all? Are you still excited about the acquisition?
Sure. I talked a little bit about kind of how we think we're progressing. We actually turned the corner and had our first month of profitability in July. We expect to be profitable for the entire third quarter. And again, we'll be focused on not only launching iGaming in the market, hopefully by the end of this year, but certainly by the first quarter of next year, and then followed up with sports betting with our platform. All
right. So since November, when you testified at the ICA hearing and outlined various acquisitions, relationships that were entered into by that time. There, in these last 9 months, there have been other casino acquisitions and other pending casino acquisitions. Can you tell us first about the acquisitions that have been made since the ICA hearing?
Well, we've certainly been very active in a very concentrated period of time with both our retail casino and our interactive businesses. From a retail casino perspective, well, first, I think I want to mention the fact that in October 2020, we acquired the Bally's brand from Caesars, and we changed our corporate name from Twin River to Bally's, as I mentioned a little earlier. That was in November of 2020, and now we trade under the ticker symbol BALY on the New York Stock Exchange. So this will allow us to maintain the name for Bally's Atlantic City, and will also enable us to rebrand our entire portfolio of casinos over a period of time. Hopefully within the next 12 months to 16 months, we'll have our entire portfolio rebranded. The only nuance to the agreement is that Caesars Bally's Las Vegas will have a perpetual license to use that name only in Las Vegas. So as far as the retail side of our business, we closed on Tropicana Evansville, Indiana, and that was on June 3rd of 2021. We also acquired that from Caesars in conjunction with a related transaction with GLPI, who acquired the real estate, which we now lease from them. This acquisition also gave us access to sports betting and iGaming in the state of Indiana. The other acquisition we closed on was Jumer's on June 14th, and that is Rock Island, Illinois, from Delaware, and we acquired that from Delaware North. And now we own and operate that property. This acquisition also gave us access to sports betting in Illinois. We also have two pending licensing casino acquisitions, which include Tropicana Las Vegas, which we announced on April 13th of 2021 to purchase the non-land real estate from GLPI and the outstanding equity interests of the property from Penn National Gaming, who's currently still operating that property, and they hold the current license. We expect to close on that transaction sometime during the first quarter of 2022. And the last one, also pending, we announced on January 4th, 2021, an agreement to jointly develop and manage a casino located in State College, Pennsylvania. We expect to start construction sometime during the fourth quarter of 2021, and that should take about a year to 14 months to build.
You mentioned the interactive side of your business. Have you had any acquisitions since November of 2020 with regard to the interactive side of your business?
Sure. We closed on a company called Monkey Knife Fight on March 23rd, 2021, and that is currently the third largest daily fantasy sports platform in North America. And we felt that acquisition would be very complementary to our sports betting initiatives. Also on June 1st of 2021, we closed on a company called BetWorks, which is a U.S. sports betting platform provider, actually currently operating in New Jersey, Iowa, Indiana, and Colorado, and they operate in New Jersey, and they're a provider in New Jersey for a company called The Score, New Jersey. As far as interactive pending acquisitions, we have had a transformative acquisition that's currently pending. On April 13th of 2021, we announced the GameSys acquisition. They're an online internet gaming company that currently offers bingo and casino games internationally, and also operate on behalf of Tropicana in New Jersey. That's their platform is currently operating there. So we'll use this online platform in the United States. We feel will provide access. Will provide access through the Bally's operation from both sports betting and iGaming. The latest update to this acquisition was that on June 30th, 2021, both Bally's and GameSys announced that we received all our requisite shareholder approvals and board approvals.
Excellent. And I know there was some content acquisition, and I was excited about that because I watched the Olympics and was amazed at the talent of the volleyball players, men and women. It's just amazing to watch that. So tell us about that. Sure.
On July 13th, 2021, we acquired AVP. It's a beach volleyball organization. It hosts a number of tournaments across the U.S., and we'll utilize that as content on our Sinclair Valley Sports Networks. And Steve Kapp will describe that a little bit later on, I believe. But anyway, we're hoping to bring a tournament to Atlantic City next year, pending pending the approvals of permits. So we're excited about that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. Mr. Hollander?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Papanier.
Good morning.
Did Bally's Corporation, formerly Twin River, enter the Atlantic City and New Jersey gaming market as part of its corporate strategy to become a multi-level gaming provider in the iGaming and sports wagering areas?
It did, in addition to having a physical brick and mortar property in that market that we could cross-market to.
And in describing the recent growth of the company, have there been any challenges for Bally's Corporation's senior management in managing that rapid recent growth?
No, actually, we have a pretty wide bandwidth. We have a lot of talented managers, and each time we acquire an asset, we see that and view that as an additional human resource, pool of human resource for us. So, yeah, we've not had any issues from an expansion as well as integrating the properties that we've acquired over the last couple of years.
And historically, in those acquisitions, has Bally's Corporation used REITs in financing its acquisitions?
We have Steve Kapp, our CFO, I believe, will be testifying a little later. He could get into specific detail, but yes, we have probably, but not a majority of our portfolio. I think we have currently REITs for 2 of our acquisitions, which would include Evansville, Indiana, which I described earlier. Futuristically, it will include Tropicana, Las Vegas, and there was one other one which Steve could get into. I know that we've REITed out Delaware as well as Colorado futuristically for those acquisitions.
And has the use of those REITs and those acquisitions provided liquidity to the company?
Yeah, I mean, it's we have a significant land bank of assets, and certainly at the situationally, we'll look to monetize certain assets that make sense for us for acquisitions.
Does Bally's Corporation plan to place the Bally's AC real estate into a REIT?
There are no plans at this time for that.
And in light of the sale of Bally's AC from Vici that was sold to them by you in 2020, are there any restrictions on the Bally's AC property going back into the Vici REIT?
There are none.
Thank you. The next 3 questions, I know they may be a little repetitive, but I just like to get them on the record again. Bally's and GameSys agreed to an acquisition on April 13th, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And have the shareholders of both companies approved the transaction?
They have.
And have the boards of both companies approved the transaction?
They have.
When will the merger occur?
We're contemplating sometime during the fourth quarter, hopefully early for fourth quarter.
And will that transaction have any effect upon your position with the company?
Yes, it will. I will move to a president of retail casinos, effectively over all the existing land casinos that we currently have. But I still will be a member of the board.
And will someone be replacing you as CEO?
Yes, a gentleman by the name of Lee Fenton currently runs GameSys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The estimated cost of that acquisition, the GameSys acquisition, is approximately $3.456 billion. Is that correct?
I believe it's in that. You could get more specific information from Steve Kapp, who will be testifying later on, but it's in that range, yes.
And this amount reflects the acquisition of GameSys stock and redemption of GameSys outstanding debt. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that?
That estimated amount reflects the acquisition of GameSys stock and the redemption of GameSys outstanding debt, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And in connection with that acquisition, Bally's Corporation obtained a $2.372 billion bridge loan.
I think we just completed. Yeah, we just completed that. Again, Steve Kapp, our CFO, could get into more specifics related to that.
And finally, as part of that transaction, Bally's Corporation will issue $584 million in common stock to certain GameSys shareholders who have agreed to accept Bally's stock in lieu of cash. Is that correct?
I believe that is a correct. Yes, correct amount.
And Bally's Corporation intends to use the GameSys platform to expand its iGaming footprint. Is that right?
That's correct. In the
And
U.S. In the United
please
States,
continue.
primarily in the United States, but also will be active internationally.
And what benefits does Bally's Corporation envision from the proposed transaction?
Well, we think it will be accretive to its shareholders immediately upon closing of the transaction, but it also gives us access to where we believe the future growth of iGaming will be, and that is in the United States. There's estimates currently that it could be up to about a $50 billion market at maturity.
And given the recent acquisitions and transactions made by Bally's Corporation, is it true that Bally's Corporation has focused on online casino gaming and sports wagering as a growth area for the company?
That's correct, but we also feel that it would be complementary to the land-based assets as well.
And given those growth expectations, is Bally's committed to the brick and mortar side of those operations?
Oh, again, we believe it's complementary. We feel the whole pie will be growing, and as a result of that, and the opportunity to acquire additional people into our databases, that will be able to cross-market between land as well as interactive technologies.
And even with that, a substantial amount of revenue is anticipated to be derived from iGaming going forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As physical facilities are necessary for eligibility to apply to operate iGaming and sports wagering in most jurisdictions, does Bally's Corporation see them as a means to an end?
No, we feel it's an integral part of our entire portfolio of assets. We believe that iGaming as well as land customers are kind of interchangeable. But again, we feel it's very complementary to each other. There's always people that are going to require more of a social setting, and certainly land-based casinos provide that. Other people, not as much so as technology continues to advance.
So the brick and mortar side fits into the trajectory and future plans for the company.
It's important. It's very important to us.
Have all of Bally's Corporation's gaming properties reopened in some capacity since the various shutdowns as a result of the pandemic?
They're all up and running, yes.
And does Bally's Corporation expect to continue to experience negative impacts moving forward as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, as you're seeing, there certainly will be hiccups along the way, but I think that most of that is behind us, and we're looking to put it completely behind us.
Have you reviewed the division's reports?
I have.
Have you read and are you familiar with the division's recommended conditions to be imposed in connection with this proceeding, set forth as Exhibit F to the division's report?
I have, yes.
And do you agree to abide by the conditions?
We do. I do.
And in particular, will Bally's Corporation comply with those related to capital expenditures?
Yes, and that's and we're in the middle of that right now.
And will Bally's Corporation comply with the conditions to support operations and cash needs at the Bally's AC property?
We will.
And will Bally's Corporation comply with the conditions related to employee staffing levels and reporting?
Yes, we will.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Mr.
I have no
Levinson?
redirect.
You have nothing, Mr. Levinson?
Nope.
No. Okay. Moving right along, any questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, yes. Okay. I'd like to say good morning to Mr. Papanier, and thank you for participating this morning. Just have a couple questions, and I say questions and maybe just additional information to what you've, shall we say, already presented. And we acknowledge that your company has definitely expanded, particularly since 2018. Just looking at some notes that I have, you now or currently will be in 11 states with 16 casinos. Could you elaborate what was the motivation in this, I'm going to say this rapid expansion? And if you could share with us a strategy that you have going forward. And one other piece to that, are you anticipating any additional acquisitions, let's say in the next year or two?
Well, to answer your last question first, listen, we're an opportunistic company. We look for opportunities that not only will put us in the markets where we feel that we could compete, and obviously we feel that there's upside to that acquisition, but also markets that provide us access to the growing iGaming as well as sports betting space. As far as our strategy is concerned, starting, the initial motivator, and again, I've been with the company since 2010 in a CEO role, and I'm also a board member. The original motivation was really the fact that we were only a single casino operator as early as 2013. At that time, there was legislation that was approved in Massachusetts that allowed for increased competition, and that's our neighboring state. So we felt that we needed to diversify the company at that moment in time. We embarked on a pretty aggressive strategy, required the Hard Rock in Mississippi initially, but then from there continued to grow very quickly and really reduced our exposure from Massachusetts from 100% currently where we are, I think is in the mid-teens. So from that perspective, we've done a really good job as management and as a board to limit that. Also, with the reversal passed in 2018, we saw kind of where the industry was going, and that was really aggressively into sports betting, and we didn't want to be left behind. That would be foolish from a company perspective, considering that's our business. So we accelerated the acquisitions opportunistically again to where we had access to markets that allowed sports betting, and we feel ultimately that those markets will potentially provide for legislation that will allow iGaming similar to New Jersey. We're going to continue and the last acquisition really is the GameSys acquisition. We felt that completed kind of our puzzle or the foundation of the company that we needed in order to effectively compete, not only in land-based, but in sports betting as well as iGaming.
Okay. In one of the reports, and I read something, and I'm just going to mention, I'm going to read a sentence, and again, if you could elaborate or explain a little bit more about what it actually is. And I'm going to just take a line out of the report. What it is, Mr. Kim, the founder, and I'm going to say Soon Young Kim, he founded a company and back in 2007, and Mr. Kim is best known for specializing in, quote, distressed debt. Its strategy is to pursue opportunistic investments in the United States middle market. If you would, could you elaborate, explain a little bit more in distressed debt, and I'm going to say perhaps explain the pros and cons, advantages, disadvantages of what that actually is?
Sure. Well, distressed debt would be assets that are underperforming is the best way to explain that. If I go further prior to 2010, the company was actually in a prepackaged bankruptcy, and it emerged from that prepackaged bankruptcy in 2010. That's when I was inserted as the CEO of the company. So typically, you'll have people that invest in distressed debt, which are primarily hedge funds, and they look at it as an opportunity to effectively to help the company perform better, and then ultimately flip the asset. In this case, that did not happen here. We emerged in 2010. Soo Kim, as part of his portfolio, he does have distressed debt, but certainly you should talk to him further about his strategies of investing. I can only tell you about how he invested in Twin River. And I believe that was sometime in 2015, 2016. We can certainly get that information for you. Then he was put on the board in 2018. But Soo Kim is a builder. You know, he saw an opportunity in this asset to really grow it and create a platform for future growth, which really goes back to what I spoke about earlier, which is not only a land-based but also interactive technologies that we've been getting into very, very rapidly since 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Hope that explains. I hope that answers your question.
I had a feeling that's what it was, and I researched it a little bit more. But, you know, I wanted to, shall we say, hear from you, and your explanation was perfect, satisfied the additional questions that I have. Another question that I have for you, and I'm going to add to the question. You've got a great background, a great connection to Atlantic City with your history of employment and different properties that you mentioned right at the beginning. So, Atlantic City, there's the history of, as you said, with your background. Looking at all of the properties, all of your properties, in all, what are we saying right now, 11 states, what particularly impresses you? I'm going to say impresses, present or past, impressed or impresses you about Atlantic City? And if you were talking to a group of people, a convention, a seminar, whoever you might be making that presentation to, what makes Atlantic City stand out with regard to your other properties? I'm not saying to be disrespectful to your other properties. I know you look at the whole portfolio, but Atlantic City, you know, in my eyes, is very special. Could you share with us what makes Atlantic City special to you, and how would you present it to, as I said, a convention, a seminar, etc.?
Sure. Well, for me personally, having the advantage of growing up in Philadelphia, South Jersey area, and actually, I don't want to call it summering, but certainly frequenting a lot the Jersey Shore. You know, I've always seen that as an incredible asset, incredible part of the country, and certainly enjoyed that throughout my teens and into my early adulthood before leaving that. You know, we have a pretty significant portfolio of assets, and we break that down in a couple ways. There are certainly what we call destination properties. There's properties that we have that we'll call regional destination properties, and then there's also just kind of regional local properties. Atlantic City fits into what we consider to be a destination property, and we would put that up with Las Vegas as well. So we felt that a very important thing in a national portfolio was to have casinos and locations where people actually want to go, and that is certainly Atlantic City during the season, and it's in Las Vegas during their season. So we felt that we needed those bookends for our portfolio. I think Atlantic City, you know, during the season, it's an awesome place. I think the areas where there needs to be a little bit more attention, or what I'll call the off-season areas. And I think the Atlantic City is doing a pretty good job. Certainly could do a better job, and that's really what other activities could we inject into the South Jersey Shore in order to motivate people to go there. Again, the summer's not an issue. People want to be there. There's never a room that's available in the market. So we have to figure out how we could, convey that type of customer attitude to the off seasons. And I think really the direction for the Atlantic City is to figure out again how to get back into the convention and visitors business, and they'll be able to do just fine going forward.
Okay, thank you. And one final question, and I'm going to preface it, nobody really has I wish we did, or wish somebody did, the definite answer, the magic answer with regard to COVID. If you could share with us regarding how the Atlantic City property is coping with COVID, what precautions, even going back a little bit to last year when everything shut down, then we reopened. I said we reopened, the Atlantic City reopened. What are you doing with regard to the Atlantic City property? And what do you, and again, I know there's not a magic answer, but what do you anticipate things to be like, maybe let's say in the next year or two?
I'm going to do my best to prognosticate and predict the future. But to answer the first part of your question, we have Nick Polsino, who will also be testifying. He could discuss specifics as it relates to the properties, and certainly I think at this point in time we're on the back end of where it was a little bit more restrictive. So we adhere to state and regulatory guidelines from an operating perspective. And we do that in all jurisdictions, and each jurisdiction is a little bit different. And as far as my feeling about COVID is, obviously we're dealing with this variant right now, but we do communicate again with a company that we're going to be acquiring GameSys in the UK. What we've always been hearing is that the UK may be about 2.5 weeks in front of us. And what happens in UK ultimately happens here. They seem to be coming out of it. So they've seen the peak, and that's starting to diminish. So my expectation is we're going to see the same type of diminishing impacts of this variant, hopefully starting in about a week from now.
Thank you very, very much. And again, thank you for participating today and
Thank you.
For your answers. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Cooper. Commissioner Molyneux, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Throughout my reading, the issue of employment kept popping up. Could you elaborate on how you are going to address this issue further?
I think I'll need to defer to one of the other individuals testifying. Lynn, do you know who will be addressing that?
Yes, Commissioner Nick Polcino will be addressing the employment matter, including the condition.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Pappiner, I have a few questions. You mentioned that you were hoping to bring a volleyball tournament here next year to Atlantic City. Do you plan on that being annual if you get all the permits for that?
We certainly do. We think it would be important for us to have I don't want to call it a permanent, but theoretically a permanent facility where we conduct beach volleyball. I mean, what's a better place than the Atlantic City coast on the South Jersey shoreline and all that sand? So we're excited about that, and hopefully we can get that done.
Great. Now, in regards to iGaming and the sports book, are you planning on moving any of those assets or any of those support services to Atlantic City?
They're within the regulation. We're going to comply with that. I believe we already have an office in the South Jersey area. I'm not sure if it's Atlantic City or just off the mainland or on the mainland. But yeah, we would certainly comply with that. We do have a presence in Atlantic City.
Let me just expand that. Are you for support for other jurisdictions? Would you think about placing that in Atlantic City or in the region?
It depends on the regulation of each jurisdiction, but if we already have an office, we'd certainly be adding to it. We think that would be the most efficient way of operating that segment of our business.
I asked this question of every applicant since I've been here, and we want the market to expand. We don't want one casino to cannibalize off another. So what is your strategy on expanding the market here in Atlantic City?
So I touched on that. You're right. From a gaming perspective, there tends to be cannibalization, but ultimately, if every facility can operate in the most productive way for themselves, we feel that they could grow the overall market, give more than the market of people that are coming to Atlantic City a reason to come to Atlantic City. So that's why I touched on it a little earlier with the convention and meeting business, and just speaking for Bally's Atlantic City, they've done a good job over the last 3 years, literally completely getting out of that business. We have 80,000 square feet of convention space, and we feel that it's underutilized for the market. We feel we have enough rooms with not only ourselves, but also with a neighboring hotel that we could aggressively go after a larger convention type of a business, as well as the meeting business associated with that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Hearing none. Ms. Kaufman, your next witness. Thank you, Mr. Papineau.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Commissioners. My next witness is Steve Kapp. And before I start, for those of you who are not in Atlantic City, you may hear Thunderbirds and various airplanes flying overhead because, as Commissioner Cooper and George just talked about, Atlantic City being a destination and special, we have the air show tomorrow and they're practicing now. So apologies in advance, Steve.
Thank you.
As George have reintroduced himself, if you could give a brief introduction of your position and a little bit about your background.
Mr. Nance, could you swear in the witness, please?
Whoops.
Yes, Ms. Kapp, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Kapp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Lynn.
Okay. Could you tell us a little about yourself, your position, and your background briefly?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. We're pleased to be here. Yeah, I'm currently Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for Bally's Corporation. As such, I am responsible for all things financial, if you will. That includes a number of areas, including treasury, cash management, our accounting records, our SEC reporting, internal audits, Sarbanes-Oxley compliance, the raising of financing for our acquisitions and operations, investor relations, Wall Street investors as well, various analysts, and of course, participating in the strategic decision-making process for other investments, capital allocation, such as greenfield, new build properties, or merger and acquisition types of opportunities. Lynn, did you want me to say a couple sentences on background as well?
No, I think that I think we're good, and certainly I was going to ask on what do you do in your spare time, but you don't really have to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
George talked about the recent acquisitions that we had touched on at the last hearing, and at the ICA hearing, you had talked about how your hope was that those acquisitions would generate free cash. Obviously, it's new and it's too soon to make any conclusions. But could you tell us if if you're on that path?
Certainly, indeed. And let me divide the answer, Lynn, between companies we've acquired for the interactive side of the business and properties we've acquired for the brick and mortar side of the business. As to the former, we are in the, formative stages of developing and building our interactive business. Some of those companies we've acquired are actually cash flow positive. Some of them are approximately break even at this time. We will be investing some more monies in both the online sports betting and iCasino products in future periods, and have high expectations for the performance there. As to the brick and mortar properties that George walked through previously, I can tell you that without exception, every single one that we have acquired since 2014 in this company, and there have been a lot, particularly in 2020 and 2021, every single one is cash flow positive. And I say that about Bally's Atlantic City, as George mentioned, because it turned cash flow positive in July of this year. Yes, we have been in a rebuilding mode with regard to that very fine property. As testimony earlier suggests, there's some capital expenditure required there to bring that property up to a competitive position. We have started to turn the corner with some of that investment. More importantly, transitioning away from its predecessor ownership into Bally's portfolio after a number of months of unprofitable operations. As George mentioned, it was profitable in July. So yes, every single property we have acquired, casino property, is period to period now cash flow positive.
Okay, and keeping on that positive note, you recently had a forecast or a quarterly call reporting your earnings and the like. And could you talk about that? And I believe there's some positives.
Yes, indeed.
Other
Yes,
positives there.
thank you. That's a great question. We announced a very positive earnings quarter for the second quarter ended June 30th of 2021. We reported cash flow that as a proxy for EBITDA of right about $84 million. That's a record for this company. We reported overall revenues of right about $268 million for the quarter. Very importantly, that cash flow number of about $84 million is compared to the first quarter's report of $52 million for the period ended March 31st of 2021. That's not all apples to apples or same store sales, if you will. There were some acquisitions that contributed additional revenues and cash flows. But getting it back to my prior point, every single property was profitable in the second quarter, except Bally's Atlantic City, but it turned profitable in July. Notwithstanding that, we did report record revenues and record cash flows for the second quarter, and we are on a trajectory to continue that positive circumstance.
Okay, and Steve, to just follow up on something that Jordan had asked George about, which is the kind of the future of the land-based casinos and Bally's commitment to it. From my novice looking. Well, okay.
Sorry.
Lynn, you just got strafed, I think.
That's why I felt I needed to say something in advance. I'm a veteran of this.
Just broke the sound barrier, I think.
Yeah, listen. Thanks for the heads up. That's good to know. Yeah, listen, we are 100% committed to the brick and mortar land-based business. Look, it contributes today virtually 100% of Bally's Corporation's profitability. As I said, our interactive business is nascent and requires. Sorry about that. And requires additional investment and focus.
But the brick and mortar business, which is what this company has been historically since day one, is critical and a very important focus of ours, which George will be at the head of on a go-forward basis as always. So yeah, we are fully committed.
Okay. Related to brick and mortar, and another question that that Jordan had is, could you talk a little, kind of confirm what George said about REITs and your plans for Bally's Atlantic City not to be a REIT, and just kind of in the future in general?
Indeed, and that's actually a very good question. We take a different view of the REIT, and that's short for Real Estate Investment Trust. We take a different view of the usefulness of that particular financing tool from Wall Street. Some of our peers have used it to raise lots of money and adopt an asset light or an asset free model and become purely operating companies. As George mentioned, we have a portfolio of a significant amount of land-based casinos still, but we have used some of that real estate and lease that up through the REIT product for strategic advantages. George mentioned we did commit Dover Downs in Delaware to the REIT structure in order to free up some capital and the opportunity to acquire Tropicana Evansville in Indiana. And so we acquired a land-based footprint in a brand new state. And with that, we have acquired the sports betting and the iCasino rights in that state as well. He also mentioned that we have committed sale leaseback transactions for both Jumers in Illinois and the Blackhawk 3 casinos that we own, in order to finance the acquisition of the operating assets of Tropicana Las Vegas. So in all of these REITs we've participated in, it wasn't so much about raising the capital, although that's important. It was more about creating strategic opportunity for us in acquiring operations in additional states and important locations. As it relates to Bally's Atlantic City, as George mentioned, we have no current plans for a sale leaseback of the Bally's Atlantic City property. We are, and I know Nick and Mike Monty will get into this in a bit. We are solely focused right now on this asset about capital investment and operational improvement, and that gets to, and of course, both of those things are inextricably related to the customer experience. The capital drives the customer experience, and the customer experience drives the performance at the property, and that's the sole focus. It's not about any other financing related to the Bally's property at this time.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'm going to ask after this flyby, I'm going to ask a question that I ask my now adult children, and that is, you have this GameSys transaction, and how are you going to pay for it?
Well, we've been working pretty hard to answer that question, Lynn, and I'm very pleased to say that we have a complete answer at this point. All of the capital has been raised for the GameSys financing. We announced that just very recently in the last couple of weeks. That's a combination of equity proceeds, Bally common stock, and some additional debt that we raised just very recently. As we stand here today, that transaction is 100% financed with a combination of equity and debt.
Okay, and how much debt are you talking about?
Well, in the sources and uses that I believe the commissioners have seen, we're raising approximately $3.5 billion of funded debt to finance the acquisition. That's in addition to approximately, and I'm using a gross number of cash equity of $745 million that we raised through a combination of a common stock offering, as well as a investment from Sinclair Broadcasting for $50 million to purchase penny warrants. And that's $745 million is in addition to, and Jordan raised this with George Papaneer, approximately $450 million of Bally's common stock that will be used to purchase 26% of the Games' shares. So the $3.45 billion of debt, to be a bit more precise, is compared to the debt of both companies today, added together, of right about $2.1 billion. So the debt's increasing from 2.1 to about 3.5. That's about a 67% increase. That might sound like a big number, but in fact, we're doubling the cash flows of these companies. As Bally's and Games combined, our collective pro forma cash flow essentially doubles to about $625 million as a combined entity. And so we're using a combination of the existing cash on the balance sheet, all of the equity that we placed, the debt that we've placed, and on the other side of that, we believe we'll have a very healthy capital structure of that amount of debt and that amount of cash flow. We believe that's a very reasonable capital structure.
So I guess I'm putting it in simpler terms. While if you were just looking at Bally's, the amount of debt looks like it's higher than 60 some percent. And it may look like it's several times higher. Actually, you have to look at the company's combined pro forma and, all sides of it, the debt and the income side, to realize that the increase in debt is, not as much as it may appear just looking at Bally's debt.
I think that's right, Lynn. And I would highlight the fact that we had a very positive reception in the credit markets, in the loan market, that's the institutional loan market, and the senior unsecured market for bonds as well. That's a pretty good barometer that the markets also believe, and these of course are the investors who subscribed both the loan that we placed and the senior unsecured notes that we placed, that the capital structure we're emerging with on a combined basis is appropriate and reasonable, because that debt offering that we just executed went very well, in fact.
Okay. Despite that, we did read the public filings, and it mentions risks. I mean, there's COVID, there's your rapid growth, some of the things that have been mentioned. I'm not going to invoke my grandmother and the mad money stash again, because when I came home from the ICA hearing, somebody had already tipped my husband off, and he asked me, where was I hiding the extra free cash? But where could you talk a little about your cushion?
Yes, we have a very large. I think you're getting to liquidity, Lynn. You mentioned
yes.
Cash. We have built into the capital structure of the combined company a very significant amount of liquidity cushion. We will have at the closing, and this is all pro forma, of course. When the companies come together, they will have they'll be reflective of the most very recent operations. So the cash balances will be what they'll be. We can't know exactly what those are, but we do believe that those will be in the several $100 million range. Day one of closing cash, in addition to, and of course, there's free cash flow generation going on by both companies individually as we move into the future on a post-combination basis. But in addition to those cash sources, as part of the debt facilities that we just placed into the credit markets, we also did sign up a $620 million revolving credit facility, which of course is like a checkbook. We do intend to increase that going forward up to about $750 million, and so that amount, as it exists, committed today and increasing into the future, will also be available for a liquidity cushion for capital allocation purposes, be that capital expenditures, financing operations, or the like. But bear in mind that the free cash flow generation of these two companies is a very large percentage of the gross cash flow produced by the companies, and that's a very strong credit criteria, if you will, for the combined company.
So for this revolver, you don't have anything in mind. It's not committed yet.
That is correct. That is purely excess liquidity.
Great, thank you. Turning to Atlantic City, Mike Monty is going to talk about CapEx and the plans. Are you aware of the condition and the CapEx commitment?
Yes, indeed, Lynn. We are agreeable to the $100 million capital expenditure overall investment amount. We are aware that 85 million of that will be spent in the first 3 years. That 35 of that will be dedicated to room refurbishment. The balance of 65 will be for non-room upgrades to the property. We think that's a terrific amount of investment and will result in the transformation of this property along the way.
Okay. Also, we spoke about this last time. There are 5 factors that a property needs in order to prove financial stability and obtain and maintain a casino license. And they're having an adequate casino bankroll, being able to pay operating expenses, being able to pay your taxes, paying debts when due, and capital maintenance expenditures. Are you familiar with the condition that, the recommended condition that Bally's Corporation continues to commit to any advances necessary in the event there is a shortfall, as there has been now for Bally's Atlantic City, to continue or to be and continue to be financially stable?
Yes, I am aware of those conditions, Lynn, and yes, we are quite prepared to continue supporting Bally's Atlantic City toward its transformation and continue and long-term profitability.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more direct now.
Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Hollander, your witness.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Kapp.
Good morning.
I appreciate some of that explanation and follow-up as to the REIT structure or the use of REITs by Bally's Corporation. So is it fair to say that Bally's Corporation will rule out the use of REITs in future transactions, but as a company's sort of policy, they're not the preferred financial tool as other companies may see it?
Yeah, that's a fair summation, I would say. We really feel like a more traditional capital structure is better for our business model. And what I mean is that maintaining some significant amount of real estate ownership, we believe, brings comfort to creditors, both secured and unsecured, which translates into lower financing rates than would likely otherwise be the case. We also believe that with the credit markets as strong as they have been now for a couple of years, that it's a bit more opportunistic to execute pure loans and senior unsecured financing for debt versus the REIT structure, just because the credit markets are so hungry right now. That said, as mentioned, we have used and could use in the future some of our real estate assets in the form of a REIT financing to generate additional strategic opportunities. There is no such intention at this time. In fact, our board policy, if you will, is to maintain a real balance of REIT financings and traditional financings and maintain a significant amount of real estate ownership into the future.
And as you've confirmed to Lynn's question, there's no plans for the AC property to be put into a REIT, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. I want to turn to a little bit of the historical debt structure, just so we have some context for some of the questions and your responses. Is it true that as of December 31, 2020, Bally's Corporation maintained approximately $1.13 billion in debt?
Yes.
And that figure includes a $570 million term loan?
Yes.
As well as $525 million in senior notes?
Yes.
And finally, approximately $35 million outstanding on an existing revolving credit facility?
Yes.
And during 2021, there was a projected $223 million increase in that existing revolving credit facility as a result of the acquisitions of the Jumer's Casino in Illinois and BetWorks. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And is it also true that by year-end 2021, Bally's Corporation's total long-term debt is expected to increase by $217 million before accounting for the GameSys transaction? Approximately.
Jordan, is that included in the increase you mentioned in your prior question? So that the
yes,
so that the revolver is approximately $275 million or so. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And at the time of the closing of the GameSys acquisition, Bally's Corporation intends to satisfy that bridge loan and refinance all of its existing debt. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. And refinancing all the debt on both for both the purposes of GameSys existing debt and Bally's existing debt, the entire debt stack. Yes, sir.
And has the new debt for the GameSys transaction been finalized?
Yes, it has. In its terms, it is scheduled to fund on Friday of this week.
And just so we can confirm the details for the record, are they the same components and interest rates as those contained in the division's report?
Not precisely. They are they are quite similar, but there has been a bit of a difference. We actually flipped the relative amounts of each of the debt components. So we had originally suggested or approached the markets for $2 billion of senior unsecured notes and about $1.5 billion of term loan B. We essentially flipped those, given market conditions and the relatively higher level of investor interest in the loan facility. So we actually raised specific numbers, $1.945 billion of the term loan B and $1.5 billion of the senior unsecured notes. The LIBOR spread on the term loan B is 3.25%, and the interest, the coupon on the that $1.5 billion of senior unsecured notes is divided into two tranches. There's an 8-year tranche of $750 million and a 10-year tranche of $750 million. The coupon payable by Bally's Corporation on the 8-year tranche is 5.625%, and the coupon on the 10-year tranche is 5.875%. Those are the changes.
And each of those interest rates that you just described for the 2029 bonds and the 2031 bonds are higher than previously anticipated. Is that correct?
Well, we launched at we launched at 5.25% and 5.5% respectively, and the market we hit a bit of a rough market patch with some of the concern about the impact of the Delta variant on economic conditions. So yes, the interest rates did move up by the difference in those numbers just mentioned, but under 6% for senior unsecured notes for a call it a low single B issuer such as Bally's Corporation is actually very strong execution. We are quite pleased.
And overall, the projection is for a total of $3.445 billion in total debt following the GameSys transaction. Is that correct?
Of funded debt at the closing date, yes, it is.
And that is the same total as previously been set forth in the Bally's projections that had been provided to the division. Is that correct?
It's very close. Yes, it is.
Do you view any of these changes as material overall?
No, do not.
Has the post-closing cash balance and credit line availability changed from those figures contained in the division's report?
Our view of them has not changed. As mentioned in our discussion with Lynn, cash balances change all the time. So of course we can't know those numbers, but our expectation is that they have not changed materially, no.
So the expectation is that there will be a cash balance of 508 million, is that correct?
Yes. Again, subject to cash generation. I mentioned several $100 million of cash balances. Yes, that is still, in essence, our expectation.
And that cash balance will serve as a key financial resource for the company following the acquisition. Is that right?
Indeed, it will. Yes.
And is it also correct that in addition to that cash, there will also be a $620 million revolver?
Yes, that has been committed to at this point. Yes.
With the ability to upsize to approximately 750 million post-closing, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are these amounts sufficient to provide Bally's Corporation with the financial flexibility it will need following the acquisition?
We believe so, yes.
And following the closing of the proposed Gamesys transaction, will any of the revolver remain outstanding, or will it be fully available with no outstanding borrowings?
Our expectation is that the revolver will remain unfunded at close and be fully available thereafter for usage in the business.
And at what point will the Bally's Corporation operation be focused on revenue and profitability rather than on transactions?
Well, we're focused on both at this time. I think as George mentioned, we really have a kind of a tale of two worlds going on right now, with investment and focus by our interactive team on the building of the interactive business. That, of course, includes online sports betting and iCasino products and customer engagement through content, sports entertainment, and the like, utilizing the Sinclair Broadcasting partnership that we have on the one side. And then Georgia's specific world is the brick and mortar casino side of business. We've not deflected any attention or focus from that at all. As previously mentioned, every time we pick up a property or a company, we pick up a management team as well as part of the acquisition. We've become reasonably adept at incorporating and including new managers and employees into Bally's operation to help us manage the new acquisitions on either side of that those two worlds I just mentioned. Over time, we will look to integrate those worlds and we will become more of an omni-channel provider of casino entertainment products. But I can assure you that our focus on both sides of the business is not distracted, and we are focused on revenue generation and profitability today as we speak.
Are additional developments and growth steps anticipated?
Yes, although unknown in specifics, we do have an open eye of opportunism to continue to build the business, both from a brick and mortar standpoint and potential market access into new states as we create this national footprint of omni-channel and Bally's branded entertainment products. But also, and look, to be candid, the Gamesys acquisition completes most of the puzzle that we're trying to pull together here. There might be some additional tuck-in acquisitions, like the Association of Volleyball Professionals on the one hand, or the Telescope acquisition we just announced a couple of weeks ago, as we look to bring in more content and more digital expertise for customer engagement as part of the entire omni-channel model that we're building. But I think they'll be small in nature, and we don't have any others that are on the radar screen at the moment, but we'll continue to be opportunistic.
Great, thank you. Now, during 2020, Bally's Corporation had a total of approximately 58 million in interest payments. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, for which period of time?
During 2020.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And assuming that the various acquisitions and transactions anticipated by Bally's Corporation are completed during 2021, interest expense and lease payments are expected to increase to approximately 229 million for 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's just about, that is correct.
And this includes an expected increase of interest payments by 103 million, due primarily to the borrowings needed to fund certain acquisitions, and in particular the GameSys acquisition, correct?
Yes.
Moreover, this also includes an estimated $68 million increase in lease payments for 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And will Bally's Corporation generate sufficient EBITDA to fund these increased levels of interest and lease payments?
I certainly believe so, yes.
I want to turn to the Atlantic City property now. I know some of this has been covered, but I just want to go through these quickly for the record. Bally's has incurred operating losses. Is that correct? Bally's AC has incurred operating losses. Is that correct?
Since the time of our acquisition of it late last year, that is correct, through the month of June of this year.
Correct. Is it correct that Bally's AC had an operating loss of $5.9 million from acquisition in November 2020 through the end of 2020?
I don't have that specific number in front of me. Jordan, your time frame was what again? Sorry.
From acquisition through the end of 2020.
That sounds correct to me. I don't have it in front of me, but yes, I believe so.
Thank you. And for the first 3 months of 2021, is it correct that Bally's AC had an operating loss of approximately $6.5 million?
Yes, that's correct.
And finally, for the second quarter ended June 30th, 2021, it's estimated that Bally's AC had another $3.4 million operating loss. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that totals from acquisition in November 2020 through June of 2021, Bally's AC has had an estimated $15.8 million in operating losses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time, is it correct that Bally's AC has relied upon financial support from Bally's Corporation?
That is correct.
And do you have any plans to return the property to profitability?
Yes, we most certainly do. Mr. Nick Polsino and Mike Monty will comment a little further on this, but of course, as mentioned, the property did turn the corner of profitability for the month of July. We have similar expectations, certainly through the end of the fairer weather period of this year. Of course, colder weather months are always more challenging in this market. But yes, we absolutely have aspirations for improved revenues and profitability on a go-forward basis.
Will Bally's AC become self-sufficient?
We certainly believe so, yes.
And what time frame do you anticipate that?
Well, I'll let Mr. Polsino and Monty comment on this. I would expect we would continue to run profitably through, as I mentioned, through the fall months of this year. November, December can be a bit more challenging. Of course, the Atlantic City market is challenging in the sense that most of the revenues are generated in the seasonally warmer months when people would prefer to be at the beach. And so you typically, there may be some negative profitability months in any given year. It's hard to say. We do believe, however, going forward, that as a whole, on an annual basis, that Bally's Atlantic City will be profitable certainly from the 2022 year moving forward.
And will Bally's Corporation continue to financially support it, and unless Bally's AC becomes self-sufficient?
Yes, that is certainly our intent.
And in particular, and if needed, will Bally's Corporation continue to support Bally's AC with addressing any cash shortfalls and operating expenses?
Yes.
And that includes funding for capital expenditure requirements, correct?
It does.
Also, will Bally's Corporation fund any other unforeseen needs of Bally's AC?
That is our intent, yes.
And since Bally's Corporation's financial projections rely on significant growth in the online gaming area, are there risks or challenges in attaining those projected results?
Well, of course, there are no guarantees in the future, but part of the wisdom we believe behind the combination with GameSys is the acquisition of the management team at GameSys that brings with it a very deep resume collection of very deep resumes in the interactive business, it's been so successful as operated by that team in the UK up to this time. So although there are risks, we are highly confident, and our track record suggests that the merger and acquisition activity we have participated in to date has been highly profitable. So there always are risks, but as mentioned, as we acquire Gamesys, we're folding in approximately $300 million of interactive cash flow on day one on an annualized basis. So we're optimistic that the entire operation will be profitable, and we will build into profitability on the interactive division in the next 1 to 2 years.
And if those projected financial results do not occur, does Bally's Corporation have the financial flexibility or other resources to address any shortfall from those anticipated financial results?
Yes, I believe we do. As mentioned, we'll be combining these companies with on day one with an excess of $600 million of cash flow, with which to support the balance sheet and the capital expenditure plans that are in the DGE report presented here today. That capital structure, even without reliance on significant profitability from our new interactive expectations, would be sufficient to maintain excuse me, the capital allocations in the capital expenditures that we have discussed here today.
And does that financial flexibility include uncertainties surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic on operations, customer attitudes, and general economic conditions?
Well, of course, a shutdown of operations as we saw in 2020 and a zero revenue environment is not what anybody wants or expects. That was a rather dramatic impact on the industry. Barring an extreme outcome like that, we've actually learned a lot about our business through the COVID experience of shutting down properties, reopening them on a more efficient basis from a cost standpoint. And so we feel much better today about the ability to manage challenging circumstances into the future than we even felt in early 2020. So I don't have an accurate crystal ball to predict the future, but I do believe with our cash balance as expected, the cash flow generation in the company, the financial resources we have through the revolver that we will have access to, that we're in an excellent position to prosper in the future and weather any difficulties that could be coming.
And does that anticipated financial flexibility include accounting for unexpected costs, difficulties integrating, and other issues impacting the recent and proposed acquisitions by Bally's Corporation to realize those anticipated benefits?
It does, yes.
Moreover, does it also include the risks associated with customer and employee retention and integration associated with Bally's Corporation's recent rapid growth?
Yes.
And does this also include the risks associated with the impact of iGaming on Bally's land-based casino operations?
Yes, indeed.
And finally, does this also include the risks with expansion into iGaming and sports wagering, which are highly competitive and rapidly evolving areas?
It does include, yes.
Have you reviewed the division's reports?
Yes, I have.
Have you read and are you familiar with the division's recommended conditions to be imposed in connection with this proceeding as set forth in Exhibit F to the division's report?
I am aware, yes.
Do you agree to abide by the conditions?
I do. Yes, we do.
And will Bally's Corporation comply by the conditions?
Yes.
In particular, will Bally's Corporation comply with those related to capital expenditures?
Yes.
And those related to support operations and cash needs at the Bally's AC property?
Yes.
And those related to employee staffing levels and reporting?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Ms. Kaufman, redirect?
I have no redirect. I just do want to make a comment that when the forecasts and the information on the sources and uses of funds and the debt change, we did provide the new numbers to the division.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Cooper?
Thank you. Mr. Cap, once again, thank you for participating today. I did have some questions, and actually you answered most of them. I just might ask you for a little bit more information or just clarification on a couple things. There's no question, you have a large financial obligation in the whole big picture. I suppose the two things I'm looking at right now are the capital expenditures, and I know Mr. Monty will be focusing on that, and also the $3.4 billion Gamesys transaction. Looking at those two things, first looking at the $100 million on capital expenditures, and I say this next piece with no disrespect, I just need some sort of additional confirmation that once the capital expenditures gets underway, that you will have sufficient resources. And I know you've mentioned liquidity, cushion, debt, cash flow. I understand everything, but just maybe in layman's terms that, let's say you're getting underway, the projects are going, and you run a little short on money. Keep in mind, this is a building that's over 40 years old. I don't say with any disrespect. It was opened in 1979. I know over the years improvements have been made, updates, etc., but it's still 40 years old. It's a big building. And I mean, you can look at the palaces in Europe, but we're looking at Bally in Atlantic City. My concern is moving forward. Do you have sufficient resources to, if you run a little short on the capital expenditures, that, it's not, okay, well, we're only going to carpet this section, or we're going to paint this. Is there money there to keep those expenditures going, to make this property up to par, make it, as, competitive in the Atlantic City market? So could you just give me a little more confirmation or validation to my concerns?
Commissioner Cooper, that's a very good and fair question. And you've obviously had some experience in dealing with older properties. You tend to discover things along the way that might not be pleasant surprises. But suffice it to say, we do believe that older building has excellent bones and needs substantial attention. As mentioned in the prior testimony with earlier, we do anticipate in excess of $600 million of cash flow. When I say cash flow, I'm talking about EBITDA. So we still do have debt service and tax payment obligations out of that number. But historically, the free cash flow available to each of Bally's and Gamesys, if you look at the historical financials, has been about 90% of that $600+ million number has been in the form of what we're called free cash flow. And free cash flow is defined by Wall Street as that EBITDA number less maintenance CapEx. And so, sorry to get technical about it, but the residual of that, and I won't do the math here, is the availability of a few or several $100 million of pure investable free cash flow, which presents us with a very large opportunity for capital allocation year in and year out. And when we combine that with the segmented approach or the moderated approach of the capital that we'll be employing into Bally's Atlantic City, as outlined in the DGE report, $25 million in 2021, $35 million in 2022, $85 million total by the end of year 3 at a minimum. Those are bite-sized numbers in the context of the overall cash flow generation of this company. Yes, we do have some CapEx opportunities we would like to seize in other properties, Kansas City and Rhode Island, to mention the other two specifically. But they're all of measurable amounts of $15, $20, $25 million per year. In the sum total of all that, I believe that's a very manageable commitment and opportunity for Bally's Corp going forward, given the large base of cash flow with which we have to work. To answer your question specifically, though, as a relatively conservative balance sheet manager, I do prefer and have always been able to convince a board that high levels of liquidity and large amounts of unfunded revolving credit facility are things that enable opportunism, as we demonstrated last year in 2020, even under very difficult circumstances, and also the bringing of comfort to creditors who are also very much wanting to see an abundance of liquidity in a business. And so liquidity is my, quite frankly, is probably my first and most important responsibility as CFO. And having excess liquidity is the way you kind of the sleep at night construct of a balance sheet. So to answer your question, yes, I believe we will have sufficient reserves, even if there's a rough patch here or there. Of course, that's the nature of having excess cash and a very large revolving credit facility. Is the insurance policy that backs up the liquidity needed for capital expenditures at Bally's Atlantic City. I think we'll be just fine.
Okay. And I'm going to say actually almost like a second part to that. And again, I know I say this sometimes, but with no disrespect to your other properties, your other casinos in other states, my concern, my passion, of course, is Atlantic City. I would just like a little more confirmation, if you would. If you run a little short in Atlantic City with the Bally's Atlantic City property, I know you've mentioned, again, the cushion liquidity, this, that, again, could you, in layman's terms, if you run a little short, and I know there'll be stipulations and requirements how much money is necessary to keep on hand, but can you guarantee or elaborate what your funding resources would be? And again, make me feel comfortable that money will be there if you run a little short in Atlantic, with regard to the Atlantic City property.
Yes, and I'll keep this response a little bit shorter and hopefully more concise. But I anticipate maintaining a nine-digit number of cash within the company, in excess of $100 or $200 million or $300 million of cash in the company on the balance sheet, in addition to a $600 to $700 million unfunded revolver. That's almost approaching $1 billion of available liquidity, so that if we ran a little bit short on our expectations for the profitability at Bally's Atlantic City, that we would have sufficient funding for the capital expenditures for the 5-year period that we're targeting here. I say that with high confidence.
Okay. Mr. Cap, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with regard to my questions.
Mr. Morello, any questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cap, I just have one question. You committed $100 million for the capital improvements. To date, how much have you spent of that $100 million?
I don't have the specific answer to that question, Mr. Chairman. We have been busy. Our CapEx team has been busy. I've been approving the invoices and the purchase orders repeatedly for Atlantic City. I don't have that sum total number. Mr. Mike Monty might have that at his fingertips, but if not, I will find that number before the end of this meeting. It's a fair question.
Thank you. Just as a footnote, I was there yesterday. I toured your facility, and I know you're doing improvements throughout the building, so I was just curious on how much you've expended so far. Ms. Kaufman, any other follow-up?
No, sir.
Mr. Hollander?
No additional questions from the division. Thank you.
At this time, we will recess till 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue the proceedings at 1 o'clock today. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are going to reconvene our hearing today. Mr. Levinson, your next witness, please.
Yes, sir. Mike Monty, please.
Mr. Nance, will you swear in Mr. Monty?
Mr. Monty, would you raise your right hand? You swear the truth, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael James Monty.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike. I just thought I'd start by telling the commissioners and the DG that this is a good news, bad news day for the Monty family. Mike is now, and with his family, a resident of the County of Atlantic. That's the good news. The bad news is the moving people are at his house, moving in, and his wife and 2 kids are there, and he's here. So, bad news for Mrs. Monty, certainly. But Mike, other than the three other witnesses testified at the prior hearing, and you did not, so you're new to them. So we certainly need to go a little deeper into your background than maybe some of the others who heard about their background and employment history previously. But so give us a snapshot of your personal background first.
Yeah, sure, Lloyd. So again, my name is Michael Monty. I was born in rural upstate New York. I went to West Point for my undergraduate education. I served 5 years in the Army as an active duty infantry officer. After leaving the Army, I went to the Yale School of Management to get my MBA. My first foray into the gaming market was in the intern year between my first and second year of business school, where I interned for MGM out in Las Vegas. After that, I got a job in finance where I worked for an investment management firm in Connecticut for a period of time before I joined then Twin River Worldwide Holdings in Providence, Rhode Island, to focus on the growth initiatives and acquisitions of brick and mortar casinos throughout the country. As the other testimony has indicated, we've done a lot of acquisitions, and then during my time here, and then really after several years doing that, I was offered the opportunity to move down to New Jersey, join Bally's Atlantic City, and get operational experience as the assistant general manager down in Bally's Atlantic City, where I've been doing that since the start of this year.
So that's your position with Bally's, assistant general manager of Bally's AC?
That's correct.
And just give us a snapshot also of your duties as assistant general manager.
So as the right-hand man to Nick Palatino, who's the general manager, I do what he tells me in many regards, but it's focusing on providing direction, motivation to the directors and the staff throughout the property. I'm heavily involved in contract negotiations with both our lease tenants and to a lesser extent at this point, but handling labor relations with our union leadership throughout our labor staff. I also facilitate some of the analysis and strategy and decision making that goes in the property, but really involved in everything and learning a lot from Nick in his 40 years in the industry.
And have you had an opportunity to become familiar with Mark Crisafulli's testimony back at the ICA hearing on November 4th?
I have. I heard it at the time and I reread it to refresh my memory.
And during that period of time and up to the present, were you involved at all with the issue of how much money would be spent on Bally's AC, also known as capital expenditures?
Yes, I've been involved with it from even prior to our announcement of this transaction, forecasting capital expenditures at Atlantic City property.
All right, so despite the fact that Mark testified on November 4, you were involved as of then with the issue of how much needed to be spent on the property?
Yes.
And with Mark going out, unfortunately, on medical leave, did you become actually more involved at that time, from that time?
Yes.
Okay. So since the testimony at the ICA hearing, have there been any changes to what was anticipated and agreed to that would be spent when it comes to CapEx?
So fundamentally, no, in the sense that we continue to do everything that we had previously stated that we would do. The timing and scale of some of those items have been modified as our priorities have changed and continue to change, and as discovery occurs at the property of issues not necessarily known or known to a lesser scale, or opportunities arise for additional partnerships or investment that could be creative to incremental revenue at the property.
So the projects that were testified to earlier, they're still going to be done over the 5-year period. It's just the timing and the amount of money to be spent on each may have changed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have we reached an agreement with the Division of Gaming Enforcement regarding the amount of money, the minimum amount of money that Bally's AC will spend on capital expenditures?
We have.
And were you part of that discussion?
Yes.
Along with myself?
Yes.
And in the Exhibit F to the division's report, there are the first 4 conditions deal with capital expenditures. The first one is substantive. The other 3, 2, 3, and 4 are reporting ones in the future. Have you read all 3 of those?
Yes.
And do they comport with what our understanding was with the Division of Gaming Enforcement?
Yes.
Can you tell us what your understanding is of how the minimum of $100 million over 5 years will be spent?
Yes, Lloyd. So fundamentally, we're committed to spending $35 million, a minimum of $35 million on the hotel, minimum of $65 million elsewhere at the property. From a timing perspective, there will be $25 million spent in year 1, a cumulative of $55 million, so an additional $30 million by the end of year 2, and then an additional $30 million to get $85 million by the end of year 3. With the remaining $15 million to be spent in year 4 and 5.
And the $35 million to be spent on hotel rooms, if you spend or see that you are going to spend more than the $35 million, that does not reduce the $65 that you agreed to spend on other projects. Is that correct?
Yes, understood. The 35 is the minimum, and it's the contribution to the 100 million. It just says the 65 is on the non-hotel renovation.
Right. And tell us about those hotel room renovations. When do you expect to do them, and what is going to be done to them?
So starting within the next 30 days in September, we are going to be initiating our investment, which is going to start off with a focus on the Bally's Tower. We're going to be adding 16 new penthouse suites. We're really in that regard, focusing on the high-end customers. Our penthouses are great right now, and we're adding more. We're going to be adding really the best-in-class corner suites. We have the model rooms up now, and we are finalizing the FF&E in those, and those will be a strong offering within the market for an ocean view room in the corner. Really kind of across the board, porcelain tile floors, new finishings, new flooring. We'll be adding 50-inch TVs, new bed frames, new lighting. The plumbing fixtures will be switched out. And it's a dated view right now that you could see. The rooms are clean and they're neat, but they're not modern or inviting. And we're going to be starting the Bally's Tower, but really spreading throughout the property. But and that starts in September.
Why are the rooms to be redone an important feature of moving forward at Bally's?
So it's important for a few reasons. One of the things we're adding to the room are desks, because it's as we build out the room product, it will allow us to open up business lines that have previously been neglected at the property. In this instance, the convention business. As George alluded to, the off-season convention business is important to our business plan going forward. And it really should be important to all of Atlantic City. But part of that is offering a room product that can accommodate midweek business type visitors. Additionally, the gaming customer likes a nice room, and we're competing with not only throughout the AC market, but for visitors to go elsewhere in the Mid-Atlantic region. So that's important for us to be able to offer a quality product from the gaming customer perspective. And then really, you know, one thing Nick has taught me is that customers, they like things to be bright and secure. So just the refinishing of the hallways in the hotel's hotel tower is important. And it's literally a night and day difference as you're walking towards the model rooms, where you can see where we've already fitted out the hotel hallway renovation. And that'll really brighten up and liven up the property and make it more amicable to customers.
And Phil Giuliano will kill me if I don't ask this question. See, I woke him up. There we are. If the glass on the outside of the tower, what happened with that?
So the glass has turned into a symbolic and a literal emblem of our transition. Whereas we are focused on doing the little things right, because we feel strongly that allows the larger parts of the operation to take care of themselves. So in this case, whether you're walking on the boardwalk from any direction, or if you were driving in to Atlantic City on the expressway, you would see a tower of red mixed with miscolored windows that were blue or a mirrored color. So it was Phil's priority from the beginning, as someone who walks along the boardwalk on a daily basis on his 5 or 6 mile walk, to not see that anymore, because that's what the customers see. And so we immediately started that transition. We acquired the proper colored glass. We did some testing to make sure it looked right when we put it up. And you know, we fixed that glass, but on a smaller level. You know, if you ever walked around the property with Nick, he doesn't walk by a piece of trash, no matter how small. He throws it away. And if he sees that, the customer is more likely to follow by not throwing trash on the ground. The employees see that, and they don't allow it either. So it's really symbolic of how we do business. Attention to detail, taking care of the little things, and showing the customer that we care.
Okay. Now for some of the more fun aspects of your testimony. The division has asked that we discuss your strategy, the company's strategy to have Bally's AC become competitive and profitable in the AC market. I think one of the questions left over from the last witness was how much was spent thus far, whether you can estimate that amount that has been spent thus far to improve the capital structure.
Yeah, so, there's a couple different ways to count the capital. You could count it when the PO is written. You could count it when the check goes out the door, or you could count it when the product's put into place. But, we're $10 million out right now, as of the end of July, just under $10 million. That number will greatly accelerate. Most of this year's capital number is in the hotel rooms. Starting September 17th, you're going to, by the time we report that next, it'll be increasing at an increasing rate.
All right, so some of the things that you're doing at the hotel, new things, I expect you to believe that they will make you more competitive and profitable. So why don't you tell us about some of the areas that you are spending money on, which hopefully will make Bally's AC more profitable and competitive.
Yeah, definitely. So fundamentally, I'll talk about the customer-centric stuff. Not that the maintenance stuff isn't important, but I really want to tout some of the great things we've done in the short time we've owned the property. So from a restaurant perspective, we turned a previously vacant site called Arturo's, which had a great view of the water, but it was just an empty restaurant. We turned that into a place through a multi-million-dollar investment called Jerry Longo's Meatballs and Martinis. Now, this is a restaurant product that we have in Dover, Delaware, to great success, and also in Lincoln, Rhode Island. So if you ever go there, or if you're lucky enough to be able to get a table even, then you'll see there's a line at the door. We have blackjack tables established right at the entrance, and there's a DJ that comes in on the weekends, and so after 9-10 o'clock at night, the music turns up a little bit, and you can't get a seat at the bar, and it's really energetic in its environment. It's really activated our 6th floor space. So we have Guy Fieri's Chop House, which was there previously, but in consultation with the brand, the Guy Fieri brand, we're doing revenue numbers that they had not seen previously ever in that spot. And this is all on the 6th floor, up the escalator. And so it would be remiss not to mention Water Dog, which opened yesterday. That's a local Ventnor-based restaurant, which is making its first foray into a second location in our casino. And that's really kind of an avant-garde Jewish deli, but very modern. And it's fun. It's got a bar. We're in day 2 right now, but that'll be our 3 meal a day food establishment and drink establishment, and we're really excited about that. And again, that's all on the 6th floor in space that was, some of it was either completely inactive or not open every day of the week for sure. We have a lease signed with an Asian restaurateur from Flushing, New York, to provide authentic Asian cuisine in a previously vacant, the pickle space on the boardwalk, which is right now vacant. So we're going to be investing a significant amount of money there. That same vendor is also going to be putting an Asian bakery to give bubble tea and Asian baked goods in our food court, which we call the Taste of the Shore, next to Sacco Subs, if you know the location. Also, right on the other side of Sacco Subs, we just opened another local vendor, Lucio's Pizza, just opened up, and we're investing in redoing the tables and chairs in that space to really liven it up. So all of that is indicative of our food and beverage investment. And I did mention the 6th floor because we curated this idea called dining on the 6th, where you can eat at the restaurant of your choice, but sit out in the open area in front of the piano and listen to music, and you can get served from any one of those 6-floor restaurants. So that ties in well to the entertainment aspect, which was previously non-existent in the property. And it was important to us to start entertainment, because that is also on the 6th floor, to both energize the dining establishments, but just to energize the entire building. So if you have not seen the billboard coming in AC Expressway, take a look up to the right next time you come in. We've had a Motown show running since July 4th. We just recently extended that through October. This is an entertainment offering in the ballroom there that has not existed in years at the property. So we have, anecdotally, if people coming in from Philadelphia, they come in for the 4 o'clock show, and they stay for the 8 o'clock show, and they get some dinner at Longo's in between. They had it planned to stay for the 8 o'clock show, but those are conversations I have with the customer. So I got more entertainment going into the fall. We got a Bee Gees show, a Bee Gees cover band coming. We have a Michael Jackson cover band coming. We have the lead singer of Journey will be here in October. And we are constantly looking for to fill up those weekends. And we're assessing this week and next week what our summer long show will be next year. So we're excited about that, and that's all stuff I haven't even mentioned the gaming floor stuff yet. So I gave great detail about the hotel rooms, and those will continue to be built out. But from a casino floor perspective, you walked around, you see the aesthetic has changed. Things that don't really cost money, but make a difference to the customer, sight lines and lighting and cleanliness. But we've added slot machines, and we'll have more coming next year. From the high limit room, that project will start at the end of this month. We're making a multi-million-dollar investment into expanding the high limit room to allow for more table games. On the docket for late this year into next year is the lobby bar to really add the sense of arrival. We really hope to do. There'll be a design forthcoming, but that'll be an electric type area to feed into this energy that I alluded to, and the not only the front desk area, but also the entrances up to the front desk will be added and made more aesthetically pleasing. If you look out, if you ever looked out at the beach bar this summer, we spent $500,000 improving those amenities, umbrellas, cabanas, chairs, tables, to really make that a focus point for the summer traveler. And we really enjoyed how it turned out, and we hope to expand on that for a more permanent beach bar in the coming years. So I've talked the casino, I've talked the restaurant, I've talked entertainment, and I've very important but not really customer facing is all this stuff. And as you mentioned, as was mentioned earlier, this 40-year-old building, there's a lot of stuff that requires intense capital investment that you don't really ever notice, from switches and air handlers and storm and sanitary storm leak items, curtain walls, gaskets. I have my whole list, but needless to say, there's investment going into parts of the property that you and I will never see. So, but it's very important to the functioning of the building. So all of that in totality, combined with our seasoned marketing team and their marketing strategy, is really how we get the property to be competitive. And we've already started to that end, and we will continue to grow on the momentum we've gained in the past couple months, even given all the obstacles we faced via COVID and the changeover and the transition period.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hollander, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Monti.
Good afternoon.
At the time ICA was granted to Bally's AC to Premier, the commission imposed certain conditions related to capital expenditures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in particular, those conditions required Bally's to invest a minimum of $90 million in capital expenditures exclusive of the retail sportsbook during the first 5 years of ownership. Is that correct?
Yes.
And importantly, this amount was subject to increase based on further review and analysis of the needs of the property, right?
Yes.
And is it true that Bally's Corporation negotiated an agreement whereby the prior owners of the Bally's AC property agreed to reimburse Bally's Corporation for a portion of the required capital expenditures?
Yes.
And this amount of reimbursement that has been negotiated is currently $30 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
And following the ICA hearing, did Bally's comply with the condition requiring it to submit a detailed capital expenditure plan?
Yes.
So I'm just going to go through some of the details of that just to get the details of that plan on the record. This plan included a total of $26.1 million in hotel room renovations and upgrades. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it also included $16.2 million in casino floor enhancements and technology upgrades, correct?
Yes.
Moreover, it included $10.9 million in HVAC and vertical transportation upgrades, correct?
Yes.
And the submitted plan also included a proposed $10.5 million for food and beverage projects. Is that correct?
Yes.
And additionally, the plan called for $9 million for a new spa and fitness center. Is that correct?
Yes.
It also included $8.8 million for updates to the arrival and front desk areas, boardwalk facade, and replacement of the exterior glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
The plan further included $4 million in garage repairs and upgrades as well, right?
Yes.
And finally, the plan also included $4.5 million in improvements to convention, meeting, and banquet space. Is that right?
Yes.
So in total, the capital expenditure plan as submitted by Bally's Corporation for $90 million was less than the amount of capital expenditure projects that had been identified by Bally's AC's prior owner. Is that right?
Yes.
And the prior plan by the prior owner had identified approximately $118 million in deferred capital projects. Is that right?
Yes.
So the difference in those two plans is approximately $28 million, which is similar to the amount that Bally's Corporation expects to receive in financial arrangements from the property's prior owners. Is that right?
Yes.
And as noted, the $90 million figure was only a floor, which could be increased upon further review, correct?
Yes.
And then following discussions with the division and further review of the needs of the property, Bally's Corporation has agreed that an increased minimum investment of $100 million is appropriate. Is that right?
Yes.
And Bally's Corporation has agreed to expend $85 million on capital expenditures during its first 3 years of its ownership of the Bally's AC property, correct?
Yes.
And this also includes a commitment to invest a minimum of $35 million in hotel room refurbishments over the initial 5-year period. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the commitment further includes $65 million to be expended on non-room capital expenditure projects. Is that right?
Yes.
And if more than $35 million is expended on hotel room refurbishments, Bally's Corporation agrees that the $65 million minimum amount for the non-room projects will not be reduced. Is that right?
That's correct.
And similarly, if Bally's Corporation further agrees that if more than $65 million is expended on the non-room projects, the $35 million minimum amount for the hotel room projects will not be reduced. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. I know you've gotten into this a little bit in your response to Lloyd's questioning. Are there any other significant changes that have been made to the gaming areas of the property that you would like to highlight?
I mean, so I could give you a little more detail about some stuff we've done on the gaming floor. As I mentioned, the high limit room project is slated to start in the next couple of weeks. We've done everything from little to big. We've realigned the gaming floor for the sight lines. We've added electronic roulette games, which the customers tend to like, and it makes it easier for the dealer and surveillance team. We've added new felts that highlight our brand, but are well needed. A funny non-capital item is we clean the chandelier in the high limit room, and employees and customers alike asked when we got a new chandelier, indicative of how long it had been since it had been cleaned. So from little to big, those are a quick flash of items. We got 60 some odd slot machines coming any day now. And there'll be another batch coming in the off season in time for next summer. We're looking to put in e-bonusing and the wiring to support that on the gaming floor. One aspect, the e-bonusing, which the customer sees, the wiring, which no one sees, but it's important as we modernize our gaming floor. So the gaming floor has changed. We've reduced the count in the high limit room. We've realigned it to make it more welcoming. So we've done things that cost a lot of money, things that cost a little bit of money, but they all tend to make a difference to the customer cumulatively.
And in a similar vein, have significant changes been made to the hospitality and entertainment and convention areas of the property that you would like to further highlight?
I think I covered most of them in my conversation with Lloyd.
And did those changes result in a positive effect on Bally's AC's financial performance?
Yeah, I would say overall, we're getting better every month. For instance, in June, slots grew 49%, while the market grew just 35%. In July, we moved out of 9 out of 9 in net land-based revenue by heading off one of our unnamed competitors. So we're making incremental progress. Part of it's our marketing plan. Part of it's the stuff that we're doing at the property. That's what really gives us a positive outlook going forward, because like I said, we've only spent $10 million. We got at least $90 million more to spend. We haven't even touched the hotel rooms yet. So as our capital plan really starts to fully unfold, the gaming revenue will drive. The energy at the property will continue to increase. The restaurants will be packed. It'll be good for the employees. It'll be good for the customers. And you'll see it in the revenue reports on a monthly basis.
So it's your expectation those additional investments that you've just detailed will be able to continue the financial turnaround and performance of the casino?
Yeah. Yes.
Have you reviewed the division's report filed in this matter?
Yes.
Have you read and are you familiar with the division's recommended conditions to be imposed in connection with this proceeding as set forth in Exhibit F to the division's report?
Yes.
Do you agree to abide by those conditions?
Yes.
And will the Bally's entities comply with the conditions, and in particular, the conditions pertaining to the capital expenditure required to be made at the Bally's AC property and related reporting requirements?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hollander.
I have no other questions.
Nothing? Thank you there, Mr. Levinson. Vice Chair, do you have, the floor is yours.
A couple questions. Mr. Monty, again, thank you for being here. I'm going to work backwards. Actually, you answered some of my questions, so I'm going to work backwards. And instead of starting with a question, I'm actually going to start with a compliment or something that makes me happy that you just mentioned. And there were two areas, actually. You were talking about the 6th floor, which is going to be focusing on the food, and you mentioned the different types of food. The national brands that you mentioned, I'm very happy with that, but also very, very, very pleased to see that you've incorporated some of the fine local restaurants right here in Atlantic City or Atlantic County. You mentioned Carluccio's, Water Dog, great places. And as I said, it's good to have the national brands or brands that are, with your company, but very pleased to see that you're, welcoming some of the local restaurants that we have. And those are two great restaurants. You mentioned entertainment, and I was in the entertainment business many years ago, and one of the questions I always like to ask is, what are your entertainment plans? And you just mentioned the Motown Review. Some of my friends happen to be the musicians performing in there, and I've heard the review show is fabulous. You mentioned a show featuring, the music of the Bee Gees coming up, Michael Jackson. This is great. If you would, and again, I'm always happy to hear about entertainment, live entertainment, just any type of entertainment. Could you expand on what some of the plans are for your property? Anything that you've got planned, and might you be looking at down the road? And again, I know the layout of Bally. They don't have a big theater per se, a theater that could hold 1,000 or 2,000 people. But down the line, are you planning any, shall we say, big name entertainment? So at this point, tell me what you've got, or tell us what you've got planned for entertainment in the future.
Yeah, so I want to mention a couple things. One, we've with working through the seating plan, we can put about 1,300 into that auditorium. So there is an opportunity for mid to larger scale shows. Also, I didn't mention that the beach bar, we had live and local entertainment, both bands and DJs throughout the summer, and we invested a lot in that. And in the lobby, even without the lobby bar investment, we brought in entertainment on Fridays and Saturday nights. But in addition to what I've mentioned, we would be pleased to have entertainment offerings on a weekly basis. We like the energy that it brings into the property, particularly as we're going into the off season, to make it a destination for folks who are willing to travel to go see a show. As I also mentioned, next summer we're looking for another 10-week show to focus on just getting more customers to the property. I can't really speak to what our appetite is exactly for how large of a scale type band we can go. Because that'll be based on as the entertainment grows and the ability to sell out and pay for those types of shows will drive that. But I assure you that we are committed to entertainment at the property, and we're committed to getting as most attractive type entertainers that we can to get the most amount of people there. And if the show pencils financially, we'll be willing to do it. And we've demonstrated throughout our portfolio through Phil Giuliano, who's on the call, from an entertainment perspective, we've done those larger shows throughout our portfolio, and we're not shy to do so when they can make sense for us.
Okay. I just want to, again, you've answered the question. Again, I just suppose I want a little more confirmation. I'm going to go back to the capital expenditures just for one moment, if you would. You mentioned you've got 16 penthouse suites. How many rooms do you have all at Bally? Regular hotel rooms?
Right around 1,200.
Okay. With the capital expenditures, and I know, as I said, I know you've answered it, but, so let's say 1,200. Once you start renovating the rooms, and as I mentioned, or I asked this before of Mr. Kapp, and I'm going to say it again, with no disrespect, it's an old property. You can start something and you find out there's a problem, whether it be air conditioning or heating or something, and you run into a problem. I know what you've allocated for non-rooms and rooms. Can you just reassure me or reassure my colleagues that there will be money, so we're not like, again, I know you've said 65, 35, and what you can take, what you can't take and not touch. Just can you reassure me and my colleagues that these capital improvements will be done in a timely fashion to get this property competitive as soon as possible. When I say competitive, top to bottom, 1,200 rooms as soon as, I mean, within the proper time frame. Do you have access to that money should you start to run short?
Yes, that's one of the benefits of being backed by Bally's and its robust portfolio of properties that, we're not a standalone property that has to fund these itself. That allows us to make the investment first and reap the benefits over time. And I would say you must have been talking to our facilities personnel, because we cannot do anything at the property without uncovering one or two other problems that require focus, time, and money.
Okay, as you said, I'm going to reminisce for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The old, Bally, the history of it, it was the old Dennis, the old Marble Blenheim. The Dennis, I believe, is still there, was the Dennis Lounge. I go back many, many years. It was an old, magnificent grand hotel in Atlantic City. I realize everything is old is new again, that cliche. I'm just excited to see, we've heard a lot today. I'm particularly excited to hear what you're doing, what you're planning with the capital expenditures. Most importantly, to make it competitive in the Atlantic City market. And with that being said, thank you again for your answers, for your explanations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooper. Commissioner Molyneux?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Monty.
Good afternoon.
One, I want to thank you for serving.
Thank you.
Second, I want to welcome you to Atlantic County.
I'm glad to be there.
I welcome the statements that my colleague just made concerning local restaurants. The ones that you have chosen there are very recommendable. So we're glad to see that you're headed in that direction and what you're doing with the local community. What do you have planned? Do you have any thoughts about engaging the community, the Atlantic City community, in your involvement? Have you spoken to anyone, or do you have a plan for that?
Yeah, definitely, Commissioner. And I think Nick, the GM, will even highlight this a bit more. I can speak for myself, as late as last weekend, Carluccio's, who's the local pizza joint we just put into the property, we worked with him and we donated 60 pizzas over to the Atlantic Care, and that's just a little thing. And a couple weeks ago, there was National Hot Dog Day. I didn't know there was a day for that, but there is, and so we had an abundance. We ordered a lot of hot dogs for the beach bar, and we brought those. We donated a bunch of hot dogs to the Boys and Girls Club in Atlantic City. And Nick will touch on this more, but we are actively looking for opportunities to engage the community. Sometimes it's there's a donation, and that's meaningful and it's helpful, but we also enjoy the opportunity to take ourselves and our employees and maybe some of our resources to a local stakeholder, nonprofit that can benefit from it. We think it's good for the community. It's good for us. It gets us out of the office. Those are just two anecdotes. We continue to do a lot more. We've done more than that. But that's important to us.
And the casino itself is an old casino. So some of the statements you stated concerning the little small things that you were going to be involved in fixing, that makes me feel better, because it's the little small things that people don't really pick up on. But when someone is coming into the casino, they do see it. I came from the construction department, so in Atlantic City, so I know what you're saying. Those type of small areas do need to be taken care of. So we do welcome your comments, and the things that you're going to be doing with that is quite welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Molyneux. Mr. Monti, right now, your company's in 10 states. Shortly, as you said, you'll be in 11 states. What kind of cross-pollination are you going to do with your other properties around the country to bring people to Atlantic City, or vice versa?
So I would say we're already doing it. We have a opportunity. We're proud of this property, and the rooms need to be updated. But frankly, if you go up to the top floor and you look out on the ocean, it's probably not a better view in the portfolio. So I would tell you, even just this upcoming weekend, we have customers coming from Biloxi property. We have customers coming down from New England to visit this property, and we're facilitating that. And we look at it as a second amenity for our portfolio property customers. Something that it's good for them, it's good for us. Additionally, we're implementing a one card system. It's already started to roll out in our portfolio, and we're going to be rolling that out in September. So there's going to be a one card Bally's that's active throughout the entire portfolio. Over time, there's a few properties that have already rolled it out, but you'll be able to get your points and use them throughout the portfolio. And we're also implementing a system that allows us to track what our customer likes. So the customer who's in Nevada, or the customer that's in Rhode Island or Biloxi, when they come to our property, when they check in, we will know what restaurants they like, what games they play, what kind of room they enjoy, when their birthday is. So it's the one card system will further grow the momentum of the things we're already doing, which is really cross-pollinating, to use your words, the customers throughout the portfolio.
Thank you. Yeah, that answered my question thoroughly. That's all I have for you, Mr. Monti. Thank you for your testimony today, and again, thank you for your service to our country as well.
Thanks a lot.
Mr. Levinson, your next witness, please.
I turn it over to Ms. Kaufman.
Hello, Chair, Commissioners. My next witness is the General Manager, Nick Porcino, and I will remember to have him sworn in.
Okay. Mr. Nance?
Mr. Martino, would you please raise your right hand? Oh, there it is. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicholas Joseph Polsino, Jr.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I would like you to start by introducing yourself by not only your title, but your personal experience at Bally's, meaning, your job history and happy story.
My name is Nick Polsino. I'm the Vice President and General Manager and probably gaming executive on property here. I started my career in Atlantic City a very long time ago, 42 years ago now. I started on this very property as a crap stealer in 1979 with Bally Corporation, and worked my way through the city, and up to 18 years ago I left, and 8 years ago I was picked up by Twin River, which is now Bally Corporation, with their Hard Rock property in Biloxi, and was asked to be the GM at Dover Downs in Delaware. And was excited when
I was asked to come back to Atlantic City where it all started. My family's very happy about that. Knowing what I was getting into, a property that's been depressed over these years, but I feel very confident in wanting to bring it back. The two properties prior to me coming here were successful in different areas. I was able to do certain things with the help of the corporate structure to get things done, and so far that's happening here in Atlantic City.
Thank you. Mike mentioned something that to me is the true sign of a leader, because obviously you have led Mike by example, by showing your, teaching him just by watching you how important the little details are that don't require a lot of money to put into the property, and keeping the property clean and well lit and really inspiring others. Could you talk about your philosophy?
Well, the property can't exist without both parties. I mean, Mike has been very helpful to me on the contractual side of things, and certainly has the education in Fort Worth to keep me out of trouble in those areas. But for me, it's always been about the detail. It's always been my ability to build teams and to get the right people in the right spots. I spoke back in November about the pride of the city that I thought was lost. And in order to bring pride back, it starts with one property and one individual. And I kind of started that here. Process has been a little slower because of COVID, but I think we're winning people over one at a time, one customer at a time, one employee at a time. There's definitely pride here. There's a lot of long-term employees here that I'm capitalizing on. And again, I try to lead by example and get my executive team to do the same.
Speaking of your executive team, at the ICA hearing, you did talk about wanting to bring some of your Dover Downs team with you who had experience in Atlantic City and knew the customers, how to combine them with the talent you already had at the property.
Yes. We had Frank Policastro, who was our director of gaming in Dover Downs, is now our executive director of all things gaming here in Atlantic City. And we also brought Catherine Del Rossi as our casino manager here. Both have done great things on the casino floor with putting new games in and getting us up to speed with the rest of the city. Since we've taken over in November, the toke rate is up over $10 for the dealers, from a sub $10 rate to some weeks $18, $19 an hour, which is credited to those folks and what they do in those departments.
And have you made any other hires in any other departments that have seeing some change?
Personally, I have not made the hires, but we have made hires in the Asian department. Gary Ying, who represents Asian marketing for our company, has done an excellent, outstanding job with us here in Atlantic City, along with Anthony Spizial, who's our domestic executive director of player development, which Mike alluded to a few things we've already started. This week, there are people coming from Rhode Island and Biloxi, and the folks coming from Biloxi have never been to Atlantic City before. So we're opening up to our Atlantic City cuisine. We're going to introduce them to some saltwater taffy and that soft pretzels and those kinds of things.
Okay, Mike talked a little about the tie-in between the CapEx improvements you'll be making and how that ties into your marketing efforts and kind of how that's hampered you so far. Can you just elaborate a little on that?
Well, they go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. The property was depressed. A lot of folks didn't want to come here because it was dirty, the little things that you can do, and it was old. And each time we've seen improvement, each time we've invested our capital. So here, the capital in Longo's, we saw some residual play on the casino floor, which helps. Every time, I think the same thing will happen when we open, we just opened Water Dog, and I think that'll help the locals get back here, because the local markets is important to us, especially during the week. So, But you can't have a robust marketing program without developing some kind of capital projects.
Okay. Speaking of capital projects, you have a beautiful sports book. Could you talk a little about that and what your hopes are for it?
Well, the sports book is certainly a beautiful area. We cleaned that area up at the casino. That was one of the first things we did when we got here. A lot of conversation was said about it. The food is very good in there. We have a great sports menu. It was off to a little bit slow start because of the season we brought it up in. Certainly football season will tell the story for our sports book. And we've already have people wanting to visit us on weekends and making reservations for spots in the sports book.
The division had expressed concerns, about the staffing levels under prior ownership. And at the ICA hearing, you had discussed, the witnesses expressed their intention to hire or reallocate employees as you added these amenities that are tied in as well to your CapEx expenditures. I know that obviously I'll wait till this goes by. It's very exciting here in Atlantic City. I know that there has been, obviously, everyone has had a decrease since over the pre-COVID numbers, but I'm sure you were very pleased to see that the decrease in the number of Bally's employees as compared to the industry was the lowest in the industry. Can you talk about your philosophy and why?
We're pleased in our ability to maintain, that all during the pandemic and the challenges that put forth to us. But, not only are the number of employees up, but the number of employees that were furloughed are less. So we brought those people back when we could, and we've probably increased the workforce some 120 employees. And I believe that's without the count of the new restaurant Order Dog, which is some 120 employees in itself.
Right, which I believe is well more than the previous establishment that was not operating full-time or serving 3 meals a day.
This will be 3 meals a day, 7 days a week.
Okay. Are you familiar with the condition in the DGE report regarding putting an employment plan together, comparing pre-COVID numbers over the years to your projected numbers, and providing an explanation if during any month there is more than a 50 employee drop?
Yes, I am.
And are you prepared to comply with that condition?
Yes.
Mike Monty touched on something that's, I know, very important to you as well, community involvement. Could you talk about Bally's community involvement? And, I know you've been active as well personally. So,
along with the 501c people that we donate to, Mike had mentioned the money's just as important. We do that. And he mentioned the Boys and Girls Club and the Carluccio Pizza, but also through the Red Cross, we do Tots for, Toys for Tots. We got that in, we're in a back to school drive now to support the Atlantic City school system. At the Lions Club, we did a recycling of glasses, which was big for us. And also we received an award from the American Legion for our veterans. We volunteered for veterans to be hired. That's what we've done so far. Our plan is to do one community event a month, or participate in something at least once a month. That's what we try to do.
It's my understanding that you also encourage employee community involvement to help build, really a Bally employee true community.
Along with the corporate mandate, you know, we volunteered many hours and we volunteer a lot of our property to local people to get things done in the community, to, you know, have seminars about things. So, you know, yes, they're involved.
I know that you worked with our head of human resources, Monique Charvis, on our EBOP, and then the new requirement, which we know as a company, many of the required items you're doing already, but the plan prohibiting harassment and discrimination that, you know, we call the PPHD. Could you tell us about your involvement and?
Well, right now, my involvement is on two levels. You know, the first level is to build something permanent on property through the HR and corporate HR. But more recently, my other involvement in is every orientation that we have once a week here on property with new hires, I spend 20 minutes to a half hour going over the harassment policy as it's read by New Jersey, and ask for any questions by anyone, and kind of explain to them what the responsibilities are of them, that we have a zero tolerance to this type of behavior, and that moving forward, I give them the opportunity to speak and tell them where to go if there's an issue.
Okay, and on the EBOP, have you, what have you seen with your hiring of minorities, females, local residents? How are you doing, or how do you feel that you're doing?
Well,
some things are hard to measure.
Well, it's hard to measure because a lot of employees do not state on the application. You know, they tend to withdraw from answering those questions. But the ones that answered the questions about minority and gender status, we're running pretty much with what the corporate initiative is right now, or where we are corporately, about 47%, you know, minorities and females, or 30% minorities and 47% female on our property. So we're running close to those numbers. And we have about, last recall, about 20% or 18% that are in leadership positions out of that group.
Okay. And I was looking over some numbers, and just verify this for me, but it looks like our percentage of applicants to hiring is, if it's not even across the board, that actually our minority percentage is higher than some other categories, such as.
Yes. The gender piece is almost 50%. The minority piece still runs around 25-30%. And also, Atlantic City residents, I think that was part of your question. Right now, we have just south of 400 AC residents that work here on property in all different departments.
Which is, I mean, I was
including our hotel director. Our hotel director lives here in Atlantic City. So.
Well, very good recruiter. Now we are 9 months later. I know that it's been challenging, but how are you feeling? Tell us you're not running away.
No. First of all, my children won't let me do that, number one. And number two, I'm very optimistic about the property. I wouldn't have took the position with the company if I didn't feel I could add some value to what the company was trying to do here in Atlantic City. And of course, what I said earlier, you know, starting here at the bottom rung in the casino industry, and then arriving at this late time in my life, or the twilight of my life, whatever you want to call it, to be vice president and general manager of the very same property. And some of the employees that I started with are still here in various departments, and even in the gaming department. They've been here 40 years. So the difficult part for me is, again, the pride issue. And I think the pride on the property is moving in a direction, and hopefully if our property can help other properties begin to move into the pride of Atlantic City, that's, I think, sorely missing when it comes to being proud of where you work and what you do. And I instill that in every orientation, that if you can't be proud of what you do, there's no sense in doing it. Move on. So.
Well, you know that I have a bias, and Lloyd's going to make fun of me because he's saying, wow, she hasn't mentioned where she came from. I would say that I'm very pleased about the capital expenditures because I hadn't been in my office in the legal department for 23 years and nothing had changed. Including, everything, including, my old work still being there. But I've just seen the difference now and already what you're doing. And I know even the back of the house improvement so far, I know helps employee morale and goes very far. So I commend you for that.
I know one of the commissioners mentioned the small things, and part of my mantra is, the attention to some of those details. And so far, everybody's buying in. There's always the few people that won't, but they get it. If the majority buys in, the rest will follow.
Well, thank you. I have no more direct.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Mr. Hollander, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Paulsino.
Good afternoon.
I know you've touched on this a bit in some of the questioning. Do you anticipate Bally's AC being a partner to the greater Atlantic City community?
Yes, I do.
And from a corporate perspective, that's something that's very important to Bally's Corporation and to Bally's AC?
Yes, it is.
In your view, is the greatest opportunity in the Atlantic City market in the areas of iGaming and sports wagering?
I would say it's the future, yes.
But given that, and I know we've touched on this a bit with other witnesses, the retail brick and mortar side is still an integral part of the operations, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any strategies in place or planned to attract new and retain existing customers to and with the property?
Well, Mike touched upon our one card issuance, and we're presently getting ready to roll out our tier system with new cards that everybody will be proud to see when they finally hit the market. And along with that, the iGaming databases and the things that we can draw from those entities is going to help brick and mortar here. We've already started to Mike's thing, with PD and moving players from other parts of the country to us. As I said, there's going to be 30 or 40 people on property for 3 days from Biloxi, of which 20 of them have never been to this property or in Atlantic City.
And the strategy and these, what you're doing to attract these new customers and retain existing customers, that's both retail and online and sports wagering patrons?
Yes, it is.
And is there anything specific to attract non-gambling patrons?
Well, our restaurant products, that's for sure. I mean, we have the best. We have, Water Dog and Longo's Meatballs and Martinis. I mean, it's been both 2 days for Water Dog, but Longo's has been a huge, huge success for us.
And you mentioned the integrated Bally's Rewards card. When does that plan to be rolled out at the property?
Probably in the next 30 to 40 days, I believe.
Is there any concern for cannibalization of the current market?
There always is. We're in a very competitive market. And, it's our job, my job, to grow the market with all the tools that we have to make it grow. And I think we'll do that.
And what tools or specific ideas do you have to anticipate growing the market?
Well, as I said, we have a player development program throughout the country, and those player development folks talk to one another. We move people here, not move people here, but we try to get people to travel here to our major events, like our beach concert this weekend, the air show, and then we share our customers within our company with the things that they do in their
jurisdictions.
And what role will iGaming and sports wagering play in growing the market?
Just by building database for us, giving us a chance to get into the database. Database is important for all.
In light of the COVID pandemic, has it been a challenge to bring back patrons into the facility since reopening?
I think the bigger question is to bring employees back. The patrons are coming, and we're having a tough time, keeping people on and getting people to come back. Although we've done a great job at that, it's still, it's still a very difficult situation.
I'm glad you brought up the employees. That's a good segue into my next line of questioning. I just wanted to go over some historical numbers to put a context on everything. Is it accurate that at the end of February 2021, Bally's AC reported 1,257 full-time and part-time employees, which represents a decrease of approximately 18.1% of the workforce when compared to February 2020?
I would say yes.
And as of May 31st, 2021, Bally's reported 1,325 full and part-time employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bally's AC anticipates growing employment by an estimated 278 positions over the next few years. Is that correct?
Yes. We're probably at 1,700 right now.
And is that level of staffing sufficient to be competitive in the AC market?
I say yes. We can
you
always use
mentioned-
more help.
You touched on this a little bit before, but has it been a challenge to retain employees?
It has.
And has Bally's AC employed any strategies for improved employee recruitment and retention?
Well, we have. I mean, just like I said earlier, making the tote rate high, the tip rate for the dealers higher, that's helped the gaming side to keep people here from moving on. And also, we've created some hiring strategies in the form of bonus type structure to get people in different areas to work.
And have you seen positive results from those so far?
Not as positive as I would like, no.
On February 11th, 2021, the division sent a warning letter to Bally's AC for a lack of compliance with regulatory requirements under the Casino Control Act by employing an individual without first ensuring they held the proper level of credential. Are you familiar with that warning letter?
Yes, I am.
Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
And has Bally's AC taken steps to prevent such a situation from occurring?
We have. We've unfortunate at that time with the new HR department and the influx of employees, that gentleman fell through the cracks. Came to work without his key license being honored, I guess is the right word. But we've taken steps now through HR with all the programs that's initiated on every board, on our hiring boards, so that, and then we have steps to make sure that the person doesn't return to work until the key license is activated.
Great, thank you. Does Bally's AC maintain a culture of compliance as part of a closely regulated industry where compliance is a key component in maintaining the public's confidence and trust?
It does.
And is Bally's AC committed to compliance with all applicable laws and regulations?
We are.
Have you read the division's report?
I have.
Have you read and are you familiar with the conditions the division recommended be imposed in connection with this proceeding, set forth in Exhibit F to the division's report?
Yes.
And in particular, have you read those conditions related to employee staffing and reporting requirements?
I have.
And will Bally's AC comply with those conditions if they are imposed?
We will.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hollander. Ms. Goffman?
No further questions.
Commissioners, Commissioner Cooper?
I have a couple questions. Mr. Pulsino, thank you for being here. Actually, some of my questions you've already answered, so I'm going to move on. you have, there's no doubt you have a long time history, affiliation, connection to Atlantic City. As you mentioned, you started at Bally in 1979. In addition to what we've heard about the property and what we've heard, about Bally as it exists right now, you mentioned, let's say there's a group coming, here's an example. There's a group coming in from Biloxi, and 20 or 30 of the people have never been to Atlantic City before. When they arrive, let's say you're going to be greeting them, what would be the first 5 or 10 things you would highlight and tell them as this is their first experience to Atlantic City? In your, and I'm going to say in your estimation, what are the highlights that you would focus on to a group of people, particularly from Mississippi, because the South is, I don't want to say, Mississippi is much, much different from New Jersey location. It's the South versus the East. What would you tell them as you welcome them to Atlantic City?
When they welcomed me to Biloxi, it was always the food issue. So
Okay.
food will be the first thing here. We have a lot of local products in our, our submarine sandwiches and our pizza and everything else we have to offer with the saltwater taffy, like I mentioned earlier. And they will be getting those as parting gifts, the saltwater taffy, as they leave the property. I'll also talk about the boardwalk, and I'll talk about my history with the boardwalk with them, because it's not as it was when I was a young person, and try to bring them up to speed with where we are now. We also have beautiful beaches, and I don't know what else to say. When you mentioned Atlantic City to me, my first thought is the Atlantic City boardwalk and the beach. So that would be the first 10 minutes of my speech. Enjoy the boardwalk, enjoy the ocean, and don't lose your teeth on the taffy.
The saltwater air. So let's say we're going from those 20 or 30 people from Biloxi and it's a small, intimate crowd. Now, let's just change the dynamics of your presentation. Let's say you're speaking at a seminar convention of 1,000 people, trying to get an organization or a national convention to come to Atlantic City. And I know convention services, they're different, components or different parts of an operation that would work on, trying to secure a national convention. But let's say you're appearing at a convention. What would you say to encourage a national convention to think about Atlantic City? Or to consider coming to Atlantic City for a 3, 4, 5-day convention? What would you promote? What would you emphasize?
I would promote the easiness to navigate through the city. It's not a huge metropolitan city. It's easy to navigate from one end of the town to the other. If you're interested in walking from one end of the town to the other, you can by utilizing our boardwalk. And there's going to be tons of entertainment somewhere for your enjoyment. I mean, I'm not the exact convention guy to be out there selling conventions, so I would rely on my convention staff to do that. But to talk to me, it would be always about the boardwalk and how easy it is to navigate the city.
I love it. It's just, and what you said is, it's 48 blocks, 47 blocks, it's the beach, the boardwalk, so many natural attributes. And as you said, you've got the convention services people to do that, but you as an executive. One other thing that it's not a question, but I would just like to comment and compliment, and maybe you might be able to expand on it, although you've answered it magnificently today. And I'm particularly happy, I know Ms. Kaufman had asked you about your community involvement, your philanthropic activities, and what you mentioned previously. I'm very, very pleased. The big picture with everything is always important, but, it's still Atlantic City. We still have people here. It's Atlantic City. It's Atlantic County. These are challenging times. I mean, children are getting ready to go back to school. We're still in the midst of this COVID. As I said, what you've mentioned, I'm very, very pleased about what you're doing. Is there anything additional that you might not have mentioned with regard to Bally's civic and philanthropic activities and what you might be planning for the future? Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, not at this time, no. But we're always looking for opportunities, and they always come to us through different groups, whether it be the Cancer Association or the Red Cross or the March of Dimes. Everything comes to us. On a personal level, I'm involved in the ALS situation. I lost a family member to that. So, being involved in community stuff is big for me, and it's big for this company.
That's very, very encouraging, very reassuring. I know you mentioned like you try to do one event a month. And again, I wouldn't expect you to say, okay, here's a calendar and we've got, something could come up. It might not be that particular month. It could be something down the line, something that unexpectedly happens. But again, I must compliment and tell you that I'm very happy with what I've heard regarding, as I said, the civic and philanthropic activities. Everything else you answered. So I'm going to thank you for being here and participating.
Commissioner Cooper?
Yes.
May I just add that I think that one of the upcoming events that Nick may have, that slipped his mind at the moment, was
Bicycle event.
Yeah, the bicycle event.
Bicycle. How could I miss that?
Right, which actually has, we've received some nice press about it, and if you want us to speak of that a little, or just we wanted to remind you or tell you, Vice Chair, that we do have these things on the horizon.
This is very, very, this is great to hear. I'm very pleased. Thank you, Ms. Kaufman.
Thank you. Mr. Molyneux?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
They told me I had to wait for you concerning concerning the employment issues. Throughout my reading, I saw all of this there. So you're saying that you have 1,700 employees?
Yeah,
as of
about
now.
that. About that. That's including the people that are still on leave. Some of those people are on leave, medical leaves in there, but they're still on my payroll.
But they're not actually working now in the casino.
There's 1,600, just under 1,700 still actively working.
Okay, so the employee is a benefactor in the casino in Bally's, and what are your plans to get more employees hired at this casino? Have you, I know you're saying you reached out to the community for employment. You're doing that part of it. Have you thought about reaching out to, well, I guess my question really is, have you hired, how many disability people do you have working for you? You have the quota, I'm sure, but.
Yeah, I don't have the exact amount, but we do have a commitment to a diverse workforce. And we do have employees that self-identified being disabled that we've hired, but I don't have the exact number of how many disabled we hired. We are involved with the Chamber of Commerce and partnering up with Pathstone for the support a grant that would give students and disabled students an opportunity to enter the workforce.
That's the key right there. That's the word I was looking for, students. And I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that because go ahead.
To go back, Commissioner, to a statement that I made earlier, that is one of the bigger problems in Atlantic City is to get younger people involved in the casino business as this workforce is getting older. Not me, not Lloyd.
Me either. Yeah, I'm actually
Young
very
people
glad
just
you
don't
put
want
that
to
word in
become
there.
involved.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that you put that word student in there because they seem everywhere there seem to be overlooking that particular aspect of it as students with disabilities. So I'm really glad to hear that you're doing that. But your employment issue is if you have 17 or 1,600 employees, and they're the person that comes in and greet everybody that's coming in, they're an employee. I'm sure that some of them are working overtime, and because you only have 16, you should have 17, even though you have 17, but you have 16. So some of them are working overtime. So you might want to look into that function and really try reaching out a little harder to get more employees on your staff.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melino. Mr. Palacino, I just have two questions. One of my staff earlier this week, when they heard we were having this hearing, they asked if you were bringing back boxing.
I'm not sure if we're bringing back boxing, but we are looking into it. It is part of, it could be part of a marketing strategy, but, it all has to make sense to the bottom line. But we are talking about it.
Well, I know you being there 40 years, you know the great history that you've had there historically. The other question is, and I've asked this of every group that came in for licensing, and I asked it earlier. What strategy do you have, specifically, not to cannibalize the market, but to grow the market? And to give you an example, we've had other licensing applicants in saying that we're going to focus on entertainment. We had other ones come in saying we're going to focus on Topgolf and some other amenities. What niche are you guys going to go after to grow the market?
I personally believe it's our food and beverage offerings, but I don't know how much that's going to grow the market. But the bigger part of it is making employees believe or feel part of the whole marketing program, from the guy at the bottom to me, and that's the pride factor, and that gets out there and builds energy and brings people to the market, brings people to your property. Will that cannibalize other properties? Maybe, but I think overall, we need to create a whole pride to develop a new market in Atlantic City.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Palacino. Ms. Kaufman, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, Chair, I did not.
Okay, Mr. Hollander?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not. Thank you.
This opportunity to go back to the ceiling requests and the exhibits.
Yes.
Okay. Just for the record, that's the extent of our witnesses. So we rest.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson.
And I believe, just for the record, the division, I did not anticipate any witnesses being called. Is that correct, Mr. Hollander?
That is correct.
Okay. So I think at the beginning, we did indicate that there was C1 just for identification. There was, however, D1, which Mr. Nance reflected was the preliminary report, and D2 was the report on the two standard entities. The ceiling request was pending during the break. Mr. Chairman, I did receive a copy of the petitioner's ceiling request with respect to those two documents. It appears that the division has consented to that. I have reviewed it, and I do recommend that it be granted, but I would defer to council to put their respective positions on the record.
I'll go first. We submitted our ceiling request, and the division is in agreement with us, and we would respectfully request that it be granted.
Thank you. Mr. Hollander?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As council has indicated, we've had extensive discussions regarding the redactions requested to be made to D1 and D2. And we've come to an agreement as to consensual redactions to those documents. So we have no objection. The division has no objection to the sealing request and would ask that D1 and D2 be moved into evidence at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to move D1 and D2?
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. D1 and D2 will be redacted. Thank you. We'll move into closing statements.
Do you want to take, Mr. Chairman, just a 10-minute break to allow the attorneys to clear their desk and get ready for closing?
Excellent. Okay, at this time, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume back here at 2:45 for closing statements.
think your mic is off, Jordan?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we ready to proceed to closings?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The division has reported upon its investigation of the qualifications of Premier Entertainment AC LLC, its holding companies, entity qualifiers, security holder, and individual qualifiers and key qualifiers. The division examined Premier and Bally's Corporation and provided an update regarding operations of the Bally's AC property, including a review of its financial stability. Since ICA was granted, Bally's Corporation has grown significantly and continues to expand. With that rapid growth comes associated risks and increased debt service requirements. Given the recent expansion, Bally's Corporation's long-term debt is expected to increase significantly. In the division's view, if Bally's Corporation achieves its revenue forecast, it will be able to withstand any lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and generate excess cash flow. However, if those levels are not achieved, there could be a substantial impact on Bally's financial stability. Since its acquisition by Bally's Corporation, the Bally's AC property had reported operating losses through June 2021, although results in July 2021 were positive. Moreover, the division has concerns regarding capital expenditure plans and employment levels at Bally's AC. As set forth in its reports, it is the division's position that Bally's Corporation will need to invest a higher amount into capital expenditures than had been required following ICA in order to make the property competitive in the AC market and a first-class facility, and Bally's Corporation is committed to a revised minimum expenditure of $100 million. Additionally, the division has recommended conditions relating to employee staffing levels and reporting and related to the overall continued financial support of the AC property by Bally's Corporation as needed. Based on the division's reports, the exhibits and evidence, and the testimony you heard today, the division submits that Premier has met its burden of proof in demonstrating that it meets the statutory criteria for a casino license, and that Bally's Corporation and Twin River Management Group, Inc. have met the standards for qualification as holding companies. Based on separately filed reports, the division further submits that Standard RI has demonstrated that it meets the criteria for qualification as an entity qualifier and security holder, and that Standard General has demonstrated that it meets the standards for qualification as an entity qualifier in connection with Premier. Moreover, the division submits that the natural person qualifiers and key qualifiers of Premier have demonstrated that they meet the criteria for individual qualification and/or licensure as applicable under the Act. In its report, the division recommended the Commission impose certain conditions as part of today's ruling, primarily related to capital expenditures, regulatory reporting, employee staffing, and continued financial funding and support as needed, which will assist the division in continuing to ensure the financial stability of the operations of the Bally's AC property. The division submits that in order for Premier to be found plenarily licensed and its affiliated entities to be qualified today, the conditions set forth in the division's report need to be imposed. Finally, the division notes that the ICA Trust Agreement provides for the ICA Trust to terminate automatically upon the grant of a casino licensing qualification. If necessary for the Commission's ruling today, and if the Commission finds Premier to be plenarily licensed and its affiliated holding companies and entities and associated individuals to be qualified, the division consents to the dissolution of the ICA Trust Agreement and the discharge of Justice Azali as ICA trustee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hollander. Mr. Levinson?
Your mic is off, Lloyd.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for the B-52 to get by us. So I learned early in my career, very early, the following.
Never compete with that.
You hear me?
We
the
can
following,
hear you.
which I've lived by, and it's the following. It's when you stand well, you stand still. Having heard the Division of Gaming Enforcement state that we have met our burden of proof to be awarded a casino license, I don't believe there's any further argument that I would need to make or want to make. I want to just make a couple of comments outside of that One is to thank the commission chairman, Commissioner Cooper and Commissioner Molyneux, and again, welcome Commissioner Molyneux to the commission. Thank the Division of Gaming Enforcement, Mary Jo Flaherty and Tracy Richardson and Chris Glom, who's been behind the scenes throughout this last 9 months and has been a pleasure to work with. Also want to thank Diana and Daryl for always being right there when we need that. And last but not least, I'd like to commend Jordan, because Jordan came on late in the game here. There was, everybody knows, a prior deputy who was handling this matter for most of the time period. He came on late in the game and picked it up like he had been the Deputy Attorney General from the very beginning. And one more person who never gets any kind of much accolades, but Lynn has been working with him day and night, and that's Tim Fickey from the division with regard to alcoholic beverage issues all along. The one thing I'll say about this client and this purchase that I've seen, and I think the chairman may have picked it up also during his tour. There's a sign in my office which says, you never get a second chance to make a good first impression. And I think the executives with this hotel casino, right from the very beginning with the glass, because I know I noticed that for years that the glass was mismatched, and you know, people see that. You see, when you see signs that, you know, the E is not lit up or whatever, it gives you a sense that the people don't care. These people care, from the glass to the front desk, which is going to be redone, and to the rooms, and that's the way to success, is that first impression, and then keep it going as you move along to the rest of the property. So on behalf of Lynn, myself, Lucas, we thank the commission for hearing this matter, and hopefully you will agree with the division's position that we've met our burden of proof and issue us a plenary casino license.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. Vice Chair Cooper, any other questions or any thing for council?
No questions, very satisfied with what I've heard.
Commissioner Molyneux, any other questions or?
No questions,
No questions.
Mr. Chairman, but I would like to make a comment.
Well, we're going to recess, and then when we come back, you'll be able to make the comment. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just do 5 minutes for a brief consultation before you deliberate and render your decision.
Yes, okay. So we'll recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back at 5 after 3.
Don't go too far. unless everybody put their,
There you are.
all right, okay, here we go.
Thank you. Are there any other matters that need to be brought to our attention? Commissioners, any other comments or any other questions? Hearing none, I'll make my remarks. On November 4th, 2020, we granted an interim casino authorization, referred to as an ICA, to Premier Entertainment, AC, LLC, and related entities, to own and operate Bally's Atlantic City Hotel and Casino, subject to the conditions set forth in the resolution. The ICA was effective as of the date of the consummation of the asset purchase agreement and the real estate purchase and sale agreement, which was on November 18th, 2020. Pursuant to the Casino Control Act, we are required to hold a hearing and render a decision on the casino licensure of Premier and the qualifications of its related entities and individuals within 9 months after an ICA is granted. We must now determine whether Premier and related entities and individuals have established by clear and convincing evidence that they meet the essential criteria for casino licensure. And they are financial stability, integrity and responsibility, good character, honesty and integrity, and sufficient business ability and casino experience to establish the likelihood of maintaining a successful and efficient casino operation. As was noted during the ICA proceeding, Twin River, once a regional operator, aggressively pursued a growth strategy, continuously increasing its portfolio of casino properties and gaming assets across multiple regions. Over a 3-year span, Twin River, now known as Bally's Corporation, acquired 11 different properties. As reported by the division, as of June 30th, 2021, Bally's owned, operated, or managed 14 casinos across 10 states, a horse racetrack, and 13 OTB licensed operations in Colorado. With the completion of the pending purchase of the Tropicana Las Vegas and the construction of a Category 4 Pennsylvania casino, Bally's will own or manage 16 casinos across 11 states, as well as a horse racing track at Arapahoe Park in Colorado. Bally's also has heavily invested in expanding its sports wagering and internet gaming operations, including the pending acquisition of Gamesy, a $3.4 billion transaction. As one of the first casinos in Atlantic City, Bally's has a historic significance to the city and the state, and its prominent location at Park Place in the Boardwalk is known throughout the world. To many generations, Bally's is an iconic brand, and its presence in Atlantic City an integral part of the history of the city. Several of Bally's executives were part of that history and are not strangers to Atlantic City. Mr. Pappner, Bally's Corporation CEO, Phil Giuliano, Bally's Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer, and Nick Policino, Bally's AC General Manager and Chief Gaming Executive, all started their gaming careers here in Atlantic City. That personal history is important, and I hope it provides added motivation to Bally's commitment to return Bally's AC to its prominence and ensure that it operates as a first-class facility as required by the Act. Although Bally's AC operating results during the ICA period were disappointing, Mr. Kapp testified that the July's operating results were very positive. The acquisition of Bally's during a pandemic with operating restrictions, the loss of Caesars Rewards program, the loss of the Wild West section of the property, and the need for immediate and critical capital improvements contributed to Bally's operating losses. Mr. Kapp testified that Bally's Corporation is committed to ensuring the success and ongoing financial stability of Bally's AC, and will provide any advances needed to offset any operating losses, address any anticipated cash needs, and complete capital improvement requirements. The division has recommended that the commitment be imposed by the Commission as a condition of the licensure. I believe that the condition to be reasonable and appropriate under the circumstances. As noted, Bally's growth strategy has been very aggressive. Recent and pending acquisitions will ultimately more than double its long-term debt load. It is worth noting that Bally's financing vehicles will provide some flexibility should Bally's AC not meet its anticipated operating results. Nonetheless, additional assurances that Bally's will honor its commitment to Bally's AC is warranted. It is clear that a significant component of Bally's growth strategy is to build out its sports wagering and internet gaming operations. Despite pandemic operational challenges and challenges inherent with ownership transition, Bally's was successful in opening its FanDuel Sportsbook permanent site in March of 2021. Bally's also has agreements with other entities to provide internet gaming and online sports wagering service, which have only recently become operational. For many of our casino licensees, their online gaming operations offered a lifeline during the pandemic. However, as we begin to emerge, and a significant part of Atlantic City's future is the ability of its gaming industry to grow its customer base and thereby bring visitors and new customers to this market. Capital improvements at Bally's AC are critical to improve its quality and enhance its customer appeal. Bally's has shown a willingness to invest in Bally's AC to make it more attractive, more competitive, and more profitable. It is now committed to investing $100 million in capital improvements to the property over the next 5 years. The division recommends that we memorialize this commitment and impose specific conditions to casino licensure. We heard today that Bally consents to the imposition of these conditions. I, for one, agree Bally needs to make a significant investment in a capital improvement program, upgrade its rooms, and make other notable changes to reverse its decline in gaming revenue and improve its competitive position. To that end, the imposition of recommended conditions is appropriate. We also heard testimony today regarding Bally's employment levels. The division acknowledges that Bally's decrease in employment levels, both full and part-time, as a result of the pandemic restrictions, was less than that of its competitors. However, the division maintains that under Caesars Entertainment ownership, Bally's AC employment levels were deficient in comparison, and that a commitment to exceed Caesars staffing levels post-pandemic and a longer-term basis is necessary to remain competitive. The Atlantic City casino industry has been a powerful economic engine and job creator for the state since its inception. Ensuring that the casinos maintain adequate staffing levels to safeguard gaming integrity is a critical regulatory function. Mr. Policino testified to Bally's commitment to maintaining appropriate staffing levels and envisions enhanced opportunities for employment as it implements its capital improvement plan. Mr. Policino has an extensive background in gaming operations and, as I mentioned, started his career in gaming as a craps dealer nearly 40 years ago. I wholeheartedly believe that with the support of the Bally's entire executive team, Mr. Policino is well equipped to manage Bally's AC and ensure it is adequately staffed. At the ICA hearing, we emphasized that a seamless transition to new ownership was not only critical to us as regulators, but essential for the gaming public and the many employees who rely on the property for their livelihood. We believed that the case was made that Twins River, now Bally's, was the right owner at the right time. No doubt, the pandemic certainly created unprecedented challenges which impacted the transaction. However, it is essential that Bally's and Premier readies Bally's AC for the post-pandemic operations. Bally's has a number of new projects unfolding simultaneously across the country. We expect Bally AC to remain a priority and anticipate an aggressive campaign to reintroduce the property to the market and create an atmosphere of excitement, energy, and rebirth. Through its strategic acquisition, Bally's has the capacity to create synergies between its Atlantic City operations and other regional properties. We look forward to seeing the benefits of Bally's cross-property marketing strategies. It should be noted that Atlantic City's recent revenue results are encouraging and are showing signs of post-pandemic recovery. We expect Bally's and Premier to positively contribute to the market recovery and support Atlantic City's continued resurgence. Today, we must decide whether the casino license applicant, Premier, has met its burden to demonstrate to the Commission by clear and convincing evidence that it meets each qualification standard set forth in the Act. Has Premier established itself financially stable, integrity and responsibility, good character, honesty and integrity, and has shown sufficient business ability and casino experience to establish the likelihood of maintaining a successful and efficient casino operation? The division reported to us the results of a plenary investigation into the qualification of the casino license applicant, Premier, its parent holding company, Bally's Corporation, its intermediary holding company, Twin River Management Group, and by separate reports, its qualifying entities, Standard Rhode Island Ltd. And Standard General LP, as well as its individual qualifiers and key qualifiers. Based upon the division's reports and the considering of the entire record of this proceeding, including the testimony of today's witnesses, I am satisfied that the applicant has met its burden of establishing by clear and convincing evidence that it meets the criteria for the issuance of a casino license. I want to thank Justice Azali for his service as trustee for Premier. We appreciate his service during the ICA period. That being said, I move that we adopt the resolution and issue a casino license to Premier and grant plenary qualifications to its holding company, intermediary holding company, and entity qualifiers. Bally's Corporation, Twin River Management Group, Standard Rhode Island Ltd., and Standard General LP, as well as its individual and casino key qualifiers based on the findings and rulings and subject to the conditions specified therein. Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll. I'm sorry. Now it's time for comment. I'm sorry.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all that participated in this discussion today and the work that you've put into it. I welcome you all to move Bally's forward, because that's what we're trying to do in Atlantic City, move the city forward. You go along with the city. So we are trying to move the city forward, and we look forward to Bally's moving forward. All the testimony that I heard today has turned out that is what you have in mind, and I'm looking forward to that, for you to become a premier Bally's in Atlantic City. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cooper?
Yeah.
Was the second recorded?
Yes.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Mahler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cooper?
Yes.
And Chairman Wilson?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may I just say one thing before we adjourn? I neglected to acknowledge the Division of Game Enforcement Director, Dave Rebuck. It's under his leadership that all of the Division of Gaming Enforcement works for, and he's a very involved individual and does a magnificent job. So I just wanted to acknowledge his position and his leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Levinson. Duly noted.
Mr. Chairman, if I may acknowledge Mr. Levinson's partner, Ms. Kaufman, who responded to my multiple text messages over the weekend at any day and at any time, and mostly after 10, 11 o'clock at night. So I don't want the record to go unnoticed, and I thank Ms. Kaufman for her cooperation in helping the commission move this matter forward.
Well, she's a one of a kind in the sense that you will always see emails from her at 1 in the morning and at 4 in the morning. So we're all trying to understand when she does sleep, or some people believe she sets her phone a certain way so that her emails come and they're misleading. But seriously, I want to thank also, obviously, Lynn, who's incomparable and to me there's no comparison of any other gaming lawyer in the world, and I've said that before. And to my young son, who's just starting out and someday will have gray hair like me, I hope this was a tremendous learning experience for you, and he was very helpful to both Lynn and me. So thank you all. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, the sad part of all of this is when this kind of end happens, we're all together and we walk up to the dais and we shake hands and we talk and we tell stories and whatever. Come on, this COVID stuff's got to end.
We're in agreement there, Mr. Levinson.
Almost there. One more matter, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence in the matter of the application for a casino key employee license and for qualification of Mr. Monty. This matter is called separately. There is a stipulation that surrounds Mr. Monty's current move to New Jersey and documentation with respect to his ultimate driver's license, which has been delayed. So that is the last matter to address, and I would ask that if the attorneys have any representation regarding it, that we can move the matter forward.
This is, I guess, Lynn Kaufman again. You accurately described, you heard he's moving in process as we speak. And for that reason, he was not able to get a driver's license appointment. He recently closed on his house. And so therefore, we entered into a stipulation whereby his license will be granted as long as he shows up for his driver's license appointment.
Thank you.
So we reviewed the resolution and we were fine with it and respectfully request the matter be granted.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Jordan Hollander on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. As council just set forth, we have entered into a stipulation of settlement pertaining to Mr. Monty's establishing residency in New Jersey. We have nothing further to ask to add to the stipulation and request that it be approved as submitted. The division has also reviewed the draft resolution in regard to the stipulation and has no objection to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the action?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the stipulation of settlement between the division and applicant, and A, grant an initial casino key employee license to Michael Monty, and B, find Mr. Monty qualified to serve as Assistant General Manager for Premier Entertainment AC, LLC, in accordance with NJSA 5:12-85.1 C and D, NJSA 5:12-89B 1 and 2, and NJAC 13:69C-2.6, subject to compliance with the terms and conditions as provided for in the stipulation.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Roll call vote?
Commissioner Molyneux?
Yes.
Vice Chair Cooper,
Yes.
and Chairman Pelosi.
Yes.
In accordance with Resolution 1912-1103, the next closed session shall be held on Wednesday, September 15, 2021, at 9:30 a.m. in the Commission offices.
Thank you.
Public participation, do we have any public comments?
Mr. Chairman, I have been informed that there are none.
Hearing that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Do I have a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, ayes have it, the meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one, everybody. Enjoy the Real Air Show tomorrow.